It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, wrote Shakespeare. And while there are those who refuse to believe in anything that cannot be scientifically explained, everyone can agree that sometimes strange things do occur.
I remember the first time. The very first time it happened. I was only 8 years old. I remember hugging my Aunt Hilda during a Sunday service and telling her not to take the interstate going home. Unfortunately, she did anyway. The next Sunday, I was attending her funeral. Ever since, I will get these feelings, premonitions of something that will happen. I never know when the vision will pop into my head. I have no control over it. I do remember when I met Roger. Stupid cabs! Don't you see me?
Now how could they miss such a beautiful woman?
Very funny.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be. My name is Roger and...
And you want to invite me to dinner. You're gonna be late for your meeting.
How do you know I'm going to a meeting?
Finally, a cab. Oh, Roger, don't take number 17 bus.
Look, but I have to...
Trust me. Meet you at Capitol Grill tonight at 8. If you don't take that bus.
Now, what the heck was that all about?
He listened to me, and we met for our first date. 6 months later, we were married. We now have a small apartment, one car that we're still making payments on, and Roger is looking for a more lucrative position. And me? Well, I'm still pursuing employment of any kind.
Any luck?
Either I'm underqualified or I'm overqualified.
Well, don't worry. Everything's going to be all right.
I'm sure it is.
We could always hang out a sign and you could read fortunes.
Not funny, Roger. Not funny at all.
Wasn't meant to be, Angie.
If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times that...
You never know when it happens. Yeah, I know. It's too bad you can't pick the lottery numbers.
Who says I can't?
You mean you can?
Sure, anyone can. I just don't know if they'll be the right ones.
Oh, haha, very funny.
I do wish I could. But in all honesty, I would be afraid to use the gift in that way.
How can you call it a gift if you don't know when it happens?
Oh, very funny, Roger. Ha ha ha.
What did I do this time?
You printed a page of the newspaper with racing results. That's what.
What are you talking about?
The sports page. Look at the date.
What are you going on about? That's today's date, see?
Okay, sport. Joke's over. When did you print it? And more importantly, how much did it cost?
Angie, honey, I swear, I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you telling me that you don't see the date marked clearly that shows 3 days from now?
What I see is today's date.
Okay, this is weird.
What do you see?
These are the racing results from the horse racing across the country.
And you can see the winners.
Right there in black and white.
Quick! Start writing them down.
Roger, what's got into you?
Will you just write the winners down?
Okay, all of the winners for the races down in Miami. So what?
Oh, babe, we are gonna make a fortune.
What are you... Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, Roger. I can't...
Look, it's very simple. You just go down to the betting shop and you make a few wagers.
But that's profiting on my gift. I can't do that.
Do you see these? We're already 2 months behind in rent, 3 payments behind on the car, and I'm surprised they haven't shut the electric off yet.
But Roger, something will come along.
Something has. You just saw 8 winners in a race that won't run until 3 days from now.
And what do we use for money?
Let me worry about that.
Somehow, Roger came up with $100. Despite my fears, I went down to a local casino where I placed my first bet. Something told me perhaps I should have just simply turned around and walked out of that place. Mr. Stapleton?
That's me. Come on in and close the door.
I understand that you wanted to see me.
If you happen to be Angela Stratford,
I am, sir.
then please have a seat. Would you like something to drink or eat?
I would like to know why I was summoned to your office.
Please don't be so nervous. I'm the manager of operations for the casino. I always like to meet our big winners.
And am I one of your winners?
Indeed you are, Miss Stratford. Indeed you are.
How do you know my name?
Have your winnings right here on my desk in this satchel. Close to $250,000 in cash.
But how did you know...
How did I know who you are? How do I know that you live at 133 Sutton Avenue? That your middle name is Helen? It's quite simple. You left your purse sitting on the table, and one of my men brought it to me.
Oh, I see.
Naturally, I looked through it to find a driver's license so that I could return it to the rightful owner, namely you.
That was very kind of you.
I also found something else. Something that has me a little troubled.
What did you find?
A piece of paper with the names of the winners from the horse races. The strange thing is that the paper is a page from one of those desktop calendars.
What's so strange about that? I used it because I couldn't find a piece of paper.
Oh, I completely get that. You naturally tore off a sheet to use. I do that all the time, but what I don't do is go back 3 days and use that sheet.
Oh my, did I?
Yes, you did. See? 3 days ago, and right under the date, the winners of every race that ran today. Would you care to explain to me how that happened?
We know how it happened, but how is Angela going to explain it to the rather menacing-looking gentleman sitting behind the desk? Will he even believe her? Let's pause for a moment and wait to see what happens when I return with Act 2. Will Rogers once said, "Horses are smarter than people." You never heard of a horse going broke betting on people.
Please, Mr. Stapleton.
Call me Archie. After all, we are friends, aren't we?
I can explain everything.
I'm sure that you can. Just take your time.
You won't believe me.
Miss Stratford, Angela, if I may, I have been in this business a long time. I got a guy out there who comes in every day, and sits in that same spot. He manages to pick almost 90% of the winners. Has never bet a nickel. He just likes to watch the ponies run.
Please, if you will just allow me to...
And then you waltz in with 10 winners in a row, all written down. Nice and neat. Now you gotta admit, that is quite a trick.
I saw them 3 days ago.
I beg your pardon?
I saw them. Well, not really saw them like I was watching the Rays.
Angela, you better walk me through this because I'm having a hard time following you. What do you mean, saw them?
3 days ago, I was looking at the paper and call it a prediction of the winners.
You mean you're one of those, what you call, psychics?
In a word, yes. I just never know when it's going to happen.
And you can pick up a paper and get the results 3 days from now?
Maybe. I just don't know.
Here you go. Today's paper. Pick me out 10 winners 3 days from today.
But I don't know if I can. I never know when I may see anything.
Well now, you had better at least try. You see, if you don't pick me out the winners, the money you won today will stay here, along with your brains on the floor. Get me?
So what did you do?
I gave him the winners.
You mean it happened again?
Yes, I don't understand it.
Well, you're not going to go back there. At least he gave you the money and we are officially caught up.
He wants me to come back in 3 days.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm going to let you go back.
Honey, look out the window.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Is there a rather large man standing on the corner, looking up this way?
Yeah, there is.
That's why I have to go back. If I don't, that man has orders to eliminate both of us.
No, this is insane.
You want even more insanity? After I picked the winners, I saw the front page.
So what of it?
Don't you have an appointment at the Hawkins building in 3 days?
Well, yeah, you know I do.
Roger, don't go. The building is going to catch fire. There won't be any survivors.
Angie, come on in. How's my little golden goose today?
I just came back to tell you that I am not going to pick any more winners for you.
Why, sure you are. You know, we cleaned up last week. By the way, this is your share.
I don't want it.
Oh, Angela, you cut me to the quick. I promised you 40% of all the winnings, didn't I?
It isn't the winnings. I told you, I never know when this second sight is going to happen. And so I have made a decision.
And it's your final decision?
I'm afraid so. You will just have to pick your own winners from now on.
Here, take a look at these photos.
Where did you get these?
That is your sister, isn't it?
Yes, but...
Beautiful family. There she is playing with the adorable little girl, your niece.
You wouldn't.
Me? Do anything to that sweet, precious family? Of course not. What sort of monster do you take me for? No, Angela, I wouldn't do anything to harm them. But I do know people who would not hesitate to...
Please. They don't know anything about that.
Will you keep picking winners?
I told you. I never know when it will happen. And what if I'm wrong?
Then I suggest you not be wrong. Understand?
All right. Give me the newspaper.
Alan Turing once wrote, "These disturbing phenomena seem to deny all our scientific ideas. How we should like to discredit them. Unfortunately, the statistical evidence is overwhelming." I'll return shortly with Act 3. Another week has flown by, and fortunately, Angela has been able to keep picking the winners of all the horse races. At least, for now.
So, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Roger.
You can't keep this up. Maybe if we just, I don't know, sneak out of town and move and...
He's got someone watching us all the time. Not to mention my sister and her family.
Has to be something that we can do.
Well, aren't you going to invite me inside your humble abode?
Who is it?
Won't you come in?
Oh, it's you. You will forgive me if I don't offer you something to drink.
Now, is that any way to talk to your partner?
Partner? Are you kidding?
Then call me your employer.
You know, you got some nerve coming in here.
I simply came to get the winners for this weekend. I thought I would save your lovely wife a trip down to my office.
Let me tell you something, you low-life, miserable little...
I haven't even had a chance to look at the paper. Won't you give me just a minute?
I'm planning a little trip to Vegas this weekend. I can really clean up out there.
Here you go. All written down, nice and neat.
And I do thank you. Say, I got a crazy idea. Why don't the two of you come out to Vegas with me?
If you think that we...
We would love to.
Great! I'll pick you up Friday. That is, after I go to the bank.
The bank? Which one do you use?
First National over on 3rd Street. Why do you ask?
Perhaps we should start using that one.
Well, after your cut of the winnings, it might not be such a bad idea. I'll see you both on Friday.
Would you mind telling me what the devil that was all about?
I don't think we'll have to worry about Archie after Friday.
What do you mean?
I saw the front page after I wrote the winners down.
And? Oh, come on, what did it say?
I saw Archie's picture on it. You see, the bank is going to be robbed on Friday. There's going to be a shootout. Unfortunately, Archie is going to be caught in the middle of it. He's not going to survive. Now, let's make our own plans for a nice Vegas trip. along with the winners of the races.
Naturally, Angela and Roger won every single race. They took their winnings and bought a rather nice home in the country, where they are raising their 2 sons. As for Archie, I understand that it was a nice funeral. I'll be back shortly. Angela never read the newspapers again, or even went to a casino. As she predicted, things began to get much better for them. As for her second sight, as far as I know, she still has it. She just never knows when it will happen. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Thanks for the beer, Mr.
Simmons. Jake Simmons. It was my pleasure.
Well, thanks again. You don't meet too many friendly people anymore.
Shame, isn't it?
Why do you keep staring at me? I didn't come in here to get picked up, if you know what I mean.
Forgive me, Alex. I was just noticing how much you resemble my son.
Really?
Yes, it is quite remarkable. Here, I've got a picture of it.
Wow. We could pass for twins.
That is exactly what I was thinking.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Someone once said, although the author is unknown, home is where love resides, memories are created, friends and family belong, and laughter never ends.
Jake?
Oh, Maggie, I think I got that knocking noise in the car fixed. At least I got the spark plugs changed.
Jake, it's...
I can tell you that I'm definitely going to need something for my back. Maggie, what's wrong?
He's gone, Jake.
Oh, Maggie, were you with him?
Yes, I was holding his hand when it happened. He managed to squeeze mine before...
There, it's going to be all right. We knew it was going to happen sooner or later.
I wish you would have been there. It almost seemed like he smiled before he passed.
He was in a great deal of pain. You knew that.
But not anymore.
Our son is finally at peace.
But what are we gonna do now?
Exactly what we talked about.
But do you think that we should?
Maggie, it's the only way. The only thing we have left to do. Now don't worry. I will take care of everything. Is he still in his room?
Yes, I wrapped him up in his favorite blanket. I think that he would have liked that.
I'm sure that he would. Now, why don't you make us something to eat, and I will take care of everything. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
The table is all set. Were you able to... did you...
Pancakes look wonderful.
Lord, we thank you for the bounty of our table, and we pray that you guide us through the days ahead.
Amen. Now, fill your plate up.
I'm just going to have coffee this morning.
Now, you have to keep your strength up. After all, we're going to be quite busy.
I cleaned his room up. Did you pick out a nice place for him?
Remember the oak tree up on the hill? I knew he liked to sit out there, so...
He always loved that spot. You can see it through the window. He wrote the most beautiful poetry.
Maybe you should put his stuff together. Who knows? We may get a best-selling book out of it.
Perhaps. Jake, do you think that we're doing the right thing?
Now, Maggie, old girl, we talked about this and what would have to happen. Now, let's not bring it all up again.
Oh, I wasn't. When are you planning on going out?
Well, I've got to finish putting the truck back together. Shouldn't take more than a couple of hours, as long as my back holds out.
Do you think that we'll be able to find... you know.
Like I said, trust in your old man. And try not to mope around the house all day. I'll call you if anything happens.
What'll it be?
Oh, just a beer. Anything will do. In a bottle, if you don't mind.
$5.
Hey, bartend.
Excuse me a minute. I got, one of those.
One of those? What?
The guy at the end of the bar, he's been coming in here for almost a week now, bothering my customers, wanting free drinks. You know the kind.
Do you know him?
Hey, are you deaf?
Just a second. I'm with a paying customer.
Looks like he could use a break.
Looks like he could use a swift kick in the rear end. I'll be right back.
Well, it's about time.
Look, buddy. You harassed everyone in here the other day. I was polite then, but my good demeanor only goes so far.
You should treat people better. Here you are.
Well, now, look at you. A whole $5 bill.
That's right. Now get me a beer, if you don't mind.
Mind if I join you?
What? No, sure thing. And today everyone is my friend.
My name's Jake. Jake Simmons.
Alexander Philip Saunders, of the Houston Saunders. Never heard of us?
I'm afraid I haven't.
Oil, my man. My family is stinking with it.
Is that so?
I'll let you in on a little secret. Old Daddy is drilling another site, and he's real close. If you play your cards right, I could talk to him and get you a good deal on a stock option.
Really, Alex?
It's a fact! Listen. I hate to ask, but I'm a little short on funds right now. I think that you could possibly...
Hey, bartender! Another round for both of us.
Coming right up.
Ha! Well, I appreciate that. I really do. It isn't often you find someone nice.
Listen, mister.
Simmons, and it's okay. Alex and I were discussing a business proposition.
That's right. My good friends,
It's Jake.
That's right, Jake. We were discussing business. So, why don't you go and polish your glasses or water down your whiskey, and we shall call you when you are needed.
That'll be $10.
Here, keep the change.
Oh, he doesn't look happy. Now, where were we?
We were talking about your family and the oil wells.
You mean you really bought all that?
Why wouldn't I?
Because I made it all up. Huh. I can't even make a good con artist.
Were you trying to con me?
Nah, not really. Look, thanks for the beer. Sorry.
Alex, do you work?
What is that supposed to mean?
I actually have a proposition for you.
Alex looks into the tired, sad eyes of Jake. His interest has been piqued, and he wonders what this tired man has to offer him. I will offer you Act 2 shortly. William J. Bennett wrote, quote, "Home is a shelter from storms, all sorts of storms."
Let me ask you something, Jake. Why do you keep staring at me? It's really freaking me out.
I'm sorry, Alex. I know you probably won't believe me, but you bear a striking resemblance to my son.
Really? Like what? Same color hair? Eyes?
Here, let me show you his picture.
Wow. We could practically pass for twins.
I suppose that's why, when I saw you, I wanted to meet you. You see, he passed away not too long ago.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Was it like an accident or something?
Oh, nothing like that. No, he just went quietly in his sleep.
Well, if you gotta go, that would be the way that I would want it. Unless, of course, I was in the arms of a beautiful girl.
Why don't we get out of here? Maybe go across the street to the park.
Hey, Jake. Thank you for the beer and the conversation, but, man, I'm not up for anything like...
Oh, no, nothing like that. I thought maybe we could talk a little more privately.
Just talk, right?
That's all. I promise. You know, I helped build part of this.
Oh, is that so?
Before my accident, I mean. Broke my back, and I haven't been able to work since.
Sorry to hear that.
So, what's your story?
Don't really have one.
Are you married?
Are you proposing? Nah, never married. Got close a couple of times.
What about your family? You know, the oil barons.
Oh, parents died when I was 8. I was raised in one of those orphan homes. No other family at all.
I didn't mean to bring up anything.
It's okay, Jake. You know, when I turned 18, they said, "Alex, go out into this big ugly world and find yourself." You know, I'm 27 now, and I still haven't found nothing.
Did you work?
Of course I worked, whenever I could find a job. And I don't take drugs, if you were going to ask. But I do like some beer.
So there's no one in your life?
It isn't like I haven't tried. But I guess I just haven't found the right people, you know?
My son was a lot like you. Of course, he joined the Marines. Was going to make a career out of it.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, he was leading a scouting party in Afghanistan when he found an IED. He yelled for the others to get back when it blew up.
Man, that's tough. And he survived.
Yep. Decorated by the president, no less. Saved 18 people. Of course, he really couldn't serve anymore.
Listen, Jake, I hate to bring it up, but what was this proposition you were talking about?
Have you eaten anything yet?
Well, you mean since 2 days ago? Just whatever sandwich the church gives out.
Why don't you come home with me? Maggie, that's my wife. She cooks like nobody can.
Well, I don't know.
Alex, it would make her so happy to have somebody besides myself to cook for. Come on, we just live a hop, skip, and a jump from here on a little farm. I can stop and grab a six-pack and...
No, six-pack. You just said the magic words, Jake, old pal.
My truck is right over there. I'll call her and let her know we're coming.
Jake, are you okay?
Perfect, Maggie. Now, what do you have planned for dinner?
Oh, I thought we would make some of that chicken that...
Honey, it's okay. Chicken sounds fine, but make enough for one more.
You mean...
And you won't believe it, but his name is Alex.
Oh my! What should I have with the chicken?
You make your wonderful meal, and Alex and I will be home in about an hour.
Do you think he'll accept our offer?
Honey, I'm sure of it.
This sure is nice country out here.
And private, too. Our nearest neighbor's about 5 miles down the road.
So, what is this deal you haven't been telling me about?
Well, you see, Alex, my son's name just happened to be Alex as well, and you look a lot like him. Oh, there's some minor differences. But as you said, you two could have passed for twins.
You know, Jake, you keep dancing around something. Why don't you just come out and say it?
All right, I will. When my Alex was wounded, the VA took as much care of him as they could. But Maggie and I weren't satisfied, so we brought him home.
Wish I had parents like you.
I'm glad to hear you say that. You see, after I broke my back and wasn't able to work anymore, I got my disability check. Alex, that is my Alex, got one too, as well as one from the VA. Maggie and I, well, we sort of started to rely on it.
Why, you old con artist.
Oh no, I'm telling you the truth.
What did you do? Bury him in the backyard?
Actually, up on a hill, under an old oak tree.
Whoa. You're serious, aren't you?
That's my proposition. I want you to become my son.
Yeah, whoa, now, wait a minute. Isn't that a fraud? And against the government?
Nobody has to know. Look, you get your own room with satellite TV, radio, nice comfortable bed, 3 meals a day. Maggie and I will take real good care of you. You won't have to worry about working or anything. And all the beer you could possibly want. So, what do you say?
I think that I think I should start calling you Dad.
Richard Bach once wrote, "The bond that links your true family is not one of blood, but of respect and joy in each other's life." I'll be back with our concluding act in just a moment. The author Lisa Weed wrote, "Being a family means that you are part of something very wonderful. It means you will love and be loved for the rest of your life."
How is the chicken, Alex?
Oh, it's delicious, Miss Simmons.
Now you know you can call me Maggie, or Mom if you prefer.
You folks are really nice. And I thank you for the dinner.
Well, you eat up, and I'll show you to your new room.
Sure do got a lot of pictures of your son. It's almost like I was looking at a mirror.
He was a fine young man, Alex. Just as I'm sure that you are.
How about another beer?
Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling a little on the sleepy side.
Now, you see, Maggie, it's not just me.
Oh, go on. I swear, Alex, Jake will go to sleep with just a light snack.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You sure are a fine... Yeah, hey, I don't feel so...
Thought those tranquilizers would never work.
He is a bit taller than our Alex, but I suppose it won't make much difference after we're done with him.
Hey, what? Where am I?
Oh, Jake! Alex is finally waking up.
Here you go. Drink some of this.
Oh, thank you. It's funny, I can't seem to feel my legs.
Now, don't you worry about it. You just lay there and rest. It's been quite a night.
Hey, I can't feel my left arm. What's going on?
Well, you see, son, Alex, that is our Alex, was wounded in Afghanistan.
Right, yeah, you told me he saved a bunch of people from an explosion?
And you see, every once in a while, the VA will send someone out to, check up on things.
It's been someone different every time, except for the pictures. They really don't know what our boy looked like.
What did you do? Why can't I feel my... Oh my God! My legs! You cut off my legs! And my arm?
I'm so sorry, dear, but we had to. You see, the VA knows that our son didn't have those appendages.
No, let me out of here!
Oh, I'm afraid we can't do that. Not now, anyhow.
What are you doing with that blowtorch?
Well, you see, Alex, that is, our Alex, was also severely burned.
Almost his entire body.
So you see, we have to make you look just like him. Unfortunately, the only way to do that is to use the blowtorch.
No, you're crazy. Both of you. Help! Help!
Now you hush up. Besides, no one can hear you. Didn't Jake tell you our nearest neighbor was 5 miles away?
Please don't do this.
I'm sorry, son. It's the only way.
No!
Did he make it, Jake?
I'm sorry, Maggie. He's gone.
Oh, he looks so much like our Alex.
Cheer up, Maggie. I'll go out tomorrow, maybe up to the city.
I guess the old saying is true. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Maggie smiles at her husband Jake. They look out the window at the bonfire that holds the remains of Alex. She says a silent prayer that next time, perhaps, it will be the right one. I'll return shortly. Home is where one starts from, wrote T.S. Eliot. For a young man named Alex, it was his final end. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Raven Adams, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson Mackenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, I think that you're beautiful no matter how you look.
You're sweet, Richard, but extremely biased. I have to look my best at all times.
But you have a mirror in every room. Now, don't you think that you're being very vain?
Of course I am, darling. Think of it. My picture splashed all over social media when I don't look my best.
But, Myra, you always look your best.
As I said before, you are biased.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Permit me now to introduce you to Myra Brooks. Perhaps you know her. She is the star of the Broadway stage, the silver screen, and even television. She has probably been seen in some sort of media in almost every continent. At this particular moment, she is sitting in her opulent apartment, specifically her bedroom, where she is looking in the mirror and talking to her favorite person in the whole world, namely, Myra Brooks.
I think I see another wrinkle.
Did you say something?
Oh, he doesn't understand. Richard, do you hear me?
I'm sorry, darling. I was in the living room. Did you need something?
Oh, no. Nothing at all. I'm just a mass of wrinkles and old age. And you could care less.
What are you going on about?
Well, I mean, just look in the mirror. What do you see?
Well, let's see. A rather handsome young man standing behind a very beautiful woman whom he is very much in love with.
You are very sweet, Richard, but you are also biased. Face it, I'm growing old.
But gracefully. Now, I'm going down to get the car. You come down when you're ready. Now, what's the matter?
Didn't you see it?
See what exactly?
My reflection.
What about it?
It winked at me.
Don't you mean that you winked at, well, you?
No, Richard, I mean that my reflection winked, and I didn't do it.
Oh, it's probably a trick of the light. Now, don't be too long. Our reservation is at 8 o'clock. Myra, will you please put that compact away? You look fine.
I'm just checking, Richard.
It's the third time since we sat down. Come on, Myra. Nobody is that vain.
I'm not vain, as you call it. I have to look my very best for the public.
Only public you need concern yourself is me.
And wouldn't that just be dandy if someone were to snap a photo of me when I did it? Look, 100%. And it was spread all over social media. You would never forgive me.
I would forgive you. You would never forgive you.
Well, no matter. How was that radio thingy that you've been doing coming along?
That radio thingy, as you so quaintly called it, is doing quite nicely.
What exactly is it that you're doing?
Well, Myra, since you really want to know, the network is delving into radio drama again.
I always said that you had a face for radio.
Oh, haha, very funny. I'm rehearsing Richard III at the moment.
Imagine Shakespeare on radio.
Well, it's not so hard to imagine, and we do have a fine cast. Myra, please put that blasted compact away.
I just wanted to see. Richard, it happened again.
Well, what? What happened again?
The reflection. It winked at me and then it scowled.
I think you have been working your reflection a bit hard tonight, don't you?
I'm telling you.
Myra, lower your voice. People are starting to stare.
Please, Richard, just take me home. Now.
Are you sure that you're going to be all right?
I'm fine, Richard. Really, I am. I'll call you tomorrow.
Oh, you call me any time that you need me. I don't care what time it may be.
I will. Thank you. Good night. Well, Myra, I'm sure that Richard thinks you are just completely insane. Oh, dear. I think I see another wrinkle coming. Why he puts up with you, I will never know. Who said that? I said that. Who do you think would say that? Where are you? I warn you, I have a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding? You wouldn't even shoot the one filled with blanks on the TV show. They had a devil of a time trying to work around that. Who is there? Where are you? I'm right in front of you. Can't you see me? No! But you are... Oh, that's right, Myra. Your reflection. And I'm getting a little tired of it.
The model L. McPherson once said, quote, "It's not vanity to feel you have a right to be beautiful. Women are taught to feel we're not good enough, that we must live up to someone else's standards." End quote. I'll return shortly with Act 2. In 1871, Lewis Carroll published a sequel to Alice in Wonderland titled Through the Looking Glass and What Alice Found There. It describes Alice's further adventures as she moves through a mirror into a world of illogical behavior.
I'm telling you, Richard, my reflection spoke to me.
Myra, please, you're getting yourself into a state. Now here, drink this.
I wouldn't have called if I hadn't seen it.
Just drink this up. There we go. Now, do you feel better?
Yes, a little. Oh, Richard, thank you so much for coming back over.
I told you, I didn't care what time it was. Now, explain to me what happened.
You had just left. I was standing in front of the mirror over there when well, my reflection spoke to me.
You mean you were talking to your reflection?
No! My reflection spoke to me, just as you are speaking to me now.
But you understand how impossible that sounds.
Impossible or not, Richard, it happened.
Myra, I've told you before, this obsession with your appearance is going to get out of hand.
It doesn't have anything to do with...
How many mirrors do you have in the apartment?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps 3, maybe 4.
You have 28, Myra. 28 mirrors in every part of this place. Now, don't you think that is a bit much?
And how would you know?
Because I counted them.
And why would you do that?
Because I'm worried about you, Myra. No matter where you are or what you are doing, you are constantly looking at your reflection. It isn't healthy.
Well, you haven't exactly helped the situation, now have you?
Oh, God, what are you talking about?
Just this!
The music box I gave you for your birthday? What does that have to do with anything?
Look inside. Do you see a ballerina dancing in a circle? No, only a mirror.
I only thought that you would like the music. Remember? You said that it was your favorite piece.
I do like the music, Richard, but you must admit, you did bring in another mirror. Myra, are you there? Myra,
Leave me alone.
oh, come to the mirror, Myra. I think I see a new wrinkle.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
You don't deserve Richard.
What? What did you say?
Oh, come on, Myra. Come to the mirror. You are nothing more than my reflection. Do you hear me? My reflection. You do as I do. Are you really that vain?
What are you then?
I'm one of the mirror people.
What do you want?
I only want what you have. Don't you get it? I only exist when you are looking at me. A lovely sight. I can see the room behind you, but nothing else. I want to know what lies beyond.
This has got to be a dream. I'm going to wake up now.
It's no dream, Myra. I want what you have. To be free, away from the mirror. And I will get it.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up!
Ludwig Wittgenstein once said, "It seems to me that, in every culture, I come across a chapter headed Wisdom, and then I know exactly what is going to follow. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." I'll return shortly with Act 3. Miguel de Unamuno once said, "Cure yourself of the affliction of caring how you appear to others. Concern yourself only with how you appear before God."
Hello?
Oh, Richard! Thank God!
Myra? What's going on?
Please, Richard, I need you to come over.
Now!
Myra, I'm in the middle of rehearsal. We go on the air live tomorrow night.
I understand, but please, I need you.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Don't see. Just get over here. Now! My. How the mighty have fallen. Leave me alone. Why can't you just leave me alone?
Do you really think that Richard wants someone like you?
Yes, he does. We are going to be married and have a wonderful life together.
A wonderful life. You and Richard? Please! How could he compete with someone who looks in the mirror all day, every day?
Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this? I told you, I want what you have, and I will get it.
What will happen to me?
You will take my place, of course. You'll be confined to this dark world where the only time you'll see anything is when I look into a mirror. And I can promise you, I won't spend all of my time looking at myself.
But you have to replace me somehow, right?
Easy enough. It's happening right now.
What do you mean right now?
You're sitting there on the bed, looking at the full-length mirror, aren't you?
What are you doing? Why are you getting up off the bed? How are you doing that?
I told you, Myra. I'm only your reflection. But soon, very soon, you will simply be my reflection.
No! Stop it! Stop it!
Just a few more steps and I will walk out of the mirror and you will be the one trapped inside.
No!
What are you doing? Stop it! Don't be stupid!
I'll break them all! I'll break every single one of them!
Do you think that will stop me?
Yes, I do! Oh, you look a little scared.
Stop it, Myra! Quit breaking the mirrors!
Not until I break every single one of them! No more mirrors. No way out of your mirror world. What? What's that?
Over here, Myra. You missed one.
Richard.
Myra, I am so sorry. Rehearsal ran longer than I expected, and I...
Oh, it's okay, Richard. I'm fine now. Please, do you think that we can go out tomorrow? Say, for dinner?
Well, of course we can. Just do me a favor and leave the compact at home.
You won't have to worry about mirrors anymore. I've learned my lesson. I've gotten rid of them just for you. See you tomorrow night, darling.
I wonder what she meant by that. Oh well. You don't deserve a wonderful girl like that. What? Helen? Who said that? Is there someone here?
Of course there's someone here. I'm here.
This is some kind of a joke. It is not funny.
No joke, Richard.
No. It can't be.
Oh, yes. It can. I simply want what you have. And I will. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Richard looks at his reflection in the mirror, but does not see himself. Only a face that looks like him, but smiles and shows the evil that is within the mirror. I'll be back with a final word. Have you honestly looked at yourself in the mirror for an extended period of time? Try it sometime. Well, that is, if you dare. For within that reflection, you may find the real you. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
For God's sakes, Edgar. This is abominable. Let the man die.
Are you insane? This is one of the greatest scientific experiments ever conducted.
But at what cost?
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Horror that will live in your dreams well past the story's end. No, really. A story that even to this day still haunts many readers, as it may you. I must warn you, in all good conscience, that the terror you will feel will haunt you, as it does Dr. Francis Bernard.
Of course, I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of Mr. Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances, a rather garbled and exaggerated account made its way into the public. It became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations, and, very naturally, much disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. It began in the summer when I met with my friend and colleague, Dr. Edgar Pike, for dinner one evening.
So good of you to meet me.
How could I have said no? You are looking well. We have missed you at the hospital.
Thank you, Frank. There are days that I miss it myself.
So what have you been doing with yourself these past 3 years?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
Why don't you try me?
For the past 3 years, I've been studying mesmerism.
You're putting me on.
Specifically, what I've found in my studies is that at no time has anyone been hypnotized. Articulo mortis.
At the point of death? That's just sick.
But think about it, Francis.
Well, I must admit to a rather morbid curiosity. The only problem I see with this experiment is finding someone who is close to death, and then being able to hypnotize them.
I've already found a subject. Are you familiar with Valdemar?
Oh, yes. Didn't he write the Bibliotheca Forensica?
As well as several other books. I found him living on the Upper East Side. He has no family to speak of and is more willing to go along with the venture.
Then the question remains as to whether you can actually hypnotize him.
Why don't you come and see for yourself? I wouldn't mind having a witness, and I can think of no one better suited than you.
Dr. Pike. So good of you to come around.
Mr. Valdemar, I would like to introduce Dr. Francis Bernard. If you have no objections, he would like to see one of our sessions.
Oh, of course. Please, gentlemen, do come in.
Thank you, Mr. Valdemar, for being so accommodating.
No trouble at all. And I am grateful for you, Dr. Pike.
I must say, you are looking well.
For a dying man? Please don't be embarrassed. Now, shall we begin?
Valdemar, do you hear me? Are you asleep?
Yes. I am asleep.
Are you in any pain?
No. I feel no pain.
When I count to 3, you will awaken. 1, 2, 3. Valdemar! Wake up!
Oh, incredible. Simply incredible.
Thank you, Dr. Pike.
What have your doctors said?
I have possibly only weeks, if not days. I wish that you would stay, but I completely understand why you're not able to. I shall call upon you when it is time.
Are you absolutely sure that you wish to go through with this experiment?
Oh, absolutely.
Then who am I to stand in the way of the wishes of a dying man?
Marcus Aurelius is quoted as saying, "Death smiles at all of us. All we can do is smile back." I'll return shortly with Act 2. Albert Einstein is quoted as saying, "Our death is not an end if we can live on in our children and the younger generation, for they are us. Our bodies are only wilted leaves on the tree of life."
Hello?
Francis, meet me at Valdemar's place as soon as possible.
What's happened?
I received a note from him by messenger only 10 minutes ago. It reads, You may as well come now. The doctors are agreed that I cannot hold out by tomorrow midnight, and I think that they have hit the time very nearly. Valdemar, I'm headed over there now.
I just want you to know, Dr. Pike, that I do not approve of what you are doing.
Francis, this is Velda Hopkins, the nurse who has been attending Valdemar. Velda, this is Dr. Francis Bernard.
How is he doing, Miss Hopkins?
The man is dying. How do you think he should be doing?
I only meant...
It's all right, Francis. Need I remind you, Nurse Hopkins of Valdemar's agreed to this experiment. He practically insisted on it.
I just want you to know that I will not be held responsible for anything that happens.
Understood. I think we should go in.
My God. He looks...
There doesn't seem to be any color in his eyes. He's so emaciated that the cheekbones have broken through the skin.
He barely has a pulse.
Gentlemen, please come in.
Well, Mr. Valdemar, you seem to be in good spirits.
Yes, it is all that I have left.
Exactly what are the symptoms of his illness, Dr. Pike?
As it was explained to me, his lungs are virtually useless. There is a suspected aneurysm of the aorta, but the other symptoms makes this impossible to diagnose.
And they say that I shall not last past midnight.
Valdemar, are you absolutely sure that you wish to continue with the experiment?
Oh, Dr. Pike, I have never been more sure of anything in my life. I wish to be hypnotized, but I fear that you have waited far too long.
I still think it is a bad idea, but you probably know best. Here, let me help you with those pillows.
Oh, thank you, Velda. You have been very kind.
It's almost 8 o'clock. Bernard, you brought your notebook?
Yes, right here.
Good. Please note that Valdemar has given his consent and also who is present. Valdemar, are you ready?
Indeed, I am, Dr. Pike.
Then let us begin. Valdemar, are you asleep?
Yes. Asleep now. Do not awaken me. Let me die this way.
Do you still feel pain in your chest?
No pain. I am dying.
You should let the poor man die.
Pike, look at his skin. It's turned white, like a cadaver.
Dear Lord, his eyes. They rolled back into his head. His jaw just dropped open.
Yes, but look at his tongue. It's moving as if he was speaking.
There's no pulse. His skin is ice cold.
Valdemar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you asleep?
Yes. No. I was asleep. And now dead.
This is monstrous.
I'm beginning to agree with Miss Hopkins. You should end this. Now.
Have you both gone completely insane? Imagine what Valdemar could tell us.
What? That he is dead. All you have to do is look at him to know that.
Come here, both of you.
His tongue is still moving.
Valdemar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Valdemar, what do you see?
Darkness all around me. Shadows floating near me.
What sort of shadows?
They whisper to me, please keep me asleep or awaken me. I am dead.
Jose Saramago once said that death doesn't take her eyes off us for a minute, so much so that even those who are not yet due to die feel her gaze pursuing them constantly. I'll return with Act 3. It has been almost 7 months since Mr. Valdemar was hypnotized at the point of death. Many physicians have come to witness the experiment.
Does he still talk about the shadows?
Yes, he can't describe them at all. Only shadows that lie in darkness surrounding him.
Don't you think it is time to end this? I can't find a pulse. He isn't breathing. There is no heartbeat. What you've put him in is a living hell.
I think Velda is right. It's been 7 months. Whatever you were going to try to do, I think that you have accomplished.
Both of you are simply being myopic. This is the greatest experiment of the entire science of mesmerism.
I see it now. You, Dr. Pike, are simply a cruel and inhuman monster. Valdemar is suffering.
Yes, Edgar, you must end this. Immediately.
All right. I suppose that you are both correct. Valdemar. Valdemar. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm going to count to 3, at which time you will awaken from your sleep. Do you understand?
No.
1.
Do not
2.
awaken me.
3. Valdemar, wake up!
Oh my God! He's getting out of the bed?
Valdemar, I command you to wake up!
No. You put me in this living hell.
No! Valdemar, stay back! Stay back!
Dear Lord in heaven, Valdemar is walking towards Pike.
Valdemar, stay back, I say!
What do you see, Doctor?
Valdemar! Valdemar! Stay back!
I watched in utmost terror as the decayed figure of Valdemar reached his hand out toward Dr. Pike, the skeletal fingers clenching around his throat. For a brief moment, Pike screeched out the word, "Awaken!" And as he did, Valdemar fell on him, crushing him. Within a moment, amid his voice screaming, "Dead, dead, dead," bursting from the tongue and not the lips. His whole body at once crumbled, rotting away. Pike was indeed dead, and the corpse of Mr. Valdemar was nothing more than a liquid mass of decaying flesh and bone.
As Dr. Francis Bernard finishes the account, he slowly closes the notebook and wonders, will anyone believe the true facts in the case of Mr. Valdemar? I'll return shortly with a final word. When the story was first published in 1845, many believed it to be a true account. Poe admitted in letters to friends that it was inspired by an operation on a mesmerized patient, but the facts in the case of M. Valdemar were purely fictional. Our cast included Mick Davis, Winslow Swan, Raven Adams, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm telling you, Russell, no one came off that plane.
Look, Tom, someone flew that thing, landed it, somehow, and then walked away. How else could it have gotten here?
But I kept my eyes on it the whole time. We even looked at the security footage. Admit it. Flight 282 landed. By itself.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Somewhere in the picturesque Blue Ridge Mountains lies a rather small and quaint town. It is almost impossible to find on a map, but many people know about it. While the population is only a couple of hundred souls, it has what is known as a thriving tourist trade. Most of the tourists arrive by the local airport, where we now find ourselves.
Can I help you?
If you are Russell Thorne, then I guess you can.
You must be Tom Lansing, the new traffic controller.
Is there really that much traffic to control here?
Not really, but government regulations say that we have to have one. Come on in and have a seat.
How much traffic do you possibly get out here?
Well, during the tourist season, quite a bit. Mostly the prominent rich who found the place by accident, bought some land, built a house, and only lived there 2 weeks out of the year.
Great work if you can get it.
This work isn't so bad. All of the flights are scheduled, so no surprises.
How long is the runway?
Started at 2,500 feet, but the town council wanted to accommodate the larger Cessnas, so they extended it to 6,000.
Ever had any emergency landings?
Not in the 20 years I've been here.
I suppose you don't have a big drug problem up here either.
Not a bit. Son, you gotta understand something about Parsons Valley. It's private. Very private. Think of it as an island in the middle of the mountains.
Okay, I get it. Well, ever had anything weird come through here?
Weird in what way?
Like what happened at Chicago O'Hare Airport a few years ago.
Is this one of those internet stories?
No, it actually happened. Security intercepted a large bag and found 18, count them, 18 human heads in it.
Oh, that's just sick.
They said that the heads were probably for some science experiment.
Like that makes it less creepy.
So how long does my shift last?
Kid, it's just you and me. And I only work 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
So, nothing comes in on the weekends?
Now, I didn't say that. Occasionally, someone will schedule a landing on a weekend. One of us, probably you, will have to get here an hour ahead of time and wait. Oh, and also call Mike Oldman.
And who is Mike Oldman?
Look out the window down in the parking lot. See the old guy next to the Bruick?
Yeah, I see him.
Well, when we started getting all of these rich tourists flying in, Mike figured that they may need a ride to the town since it's 3 miles away.
So he runs a taxi service?
Yep. Took $1,000, went to the auto auction, bought 3 cars, and hired 2 other guys. We give him a heads up whenever a flight is scheduled to land.
So why is he here now?
Sometimes he just likes to hang around the airport. And I don't think he likes his wife very much.
Who is she?
The mayor.
So what do we do here when nothing's coming in?
Well, you can catch up on your reading. I'm having a bit of lunch.
What you eating?
Just a ham on rye with ketchup.
Ugh. Hey, did you know that ketchup originated in China? It was boiled down of pickled fish and spices.
Oh, thanks a lot! I really needed to know that!
Sorry about that.
You are just a fountain of useless knowledge.
Yeah, I do my best.
Hey, what's going on?
I thought you said we didn't have a plane scheduled today.
We don't, but there is one headed this way.
Want me to try the radio?
Yeah, I know who the heck this joker is.
This is Parsons Valley Airport to unidentified aircraft. Please identify. Over. This is Parsons Valley Airport to unidentified aircraft. Please identify. Over.
Nothing?
Maybe their radio is out.
Possibly. Keep trying.
Parsons Valley Airport to unidentified aircraft. Are we reaching you? Please identify. Over.
Congrats, Tom. You got your first emergency.
How do we handle this?
He may be receiving us. Go ahead and give him landing clearance and instructions. I'm calling the fire department to be on standby in case he crashes.
Perfect landing, but would you look at the condition of the plane?
It's been through a war zone.
Would explain why we had no radio contact.
Can you make out the call number on the side?
Looks like Flight 282.
Okay, then I'm going down to meet the maniac who landed that heap here. Stay here and I'll be on the radio.
Russell, can you hear me?
Hey, I hear you just fine. No need to shout.
What do you see?
This thing isn't a plane. It's a piece of Swiss cheese. Holes all in the fuselage.
Can you see inside?
I can see clear through to the other wing, or what's left of it.
Anyone coming out? I've got emergency services on the phone.
I'm going in now.
What's it look like, Russell? Russell, what's going on?
It can't be! Did you see anyone get out of this plane before I got here?
No one. Why do you ask?
Because there is nobody on this plane. Not even a pilot.
There have been many strange occurrences at airports. I know of a pilot on a small aircraft that saw two children playing outside the cabin door in a CCTV monitor. When he asked about them, there were no children on the plane, and no one else on the flight crew saw any children. I'll see you when we return with Act 2. Someone once said, although who we do not know, quote, "The sky is not the limit. It is just the beginning."
You must be from the FAA.
Margot Evans. Has anyone been near the plane since you called me?
Only me, and I don't particularly want to go near it again.
And why would you say that?
Because, Miss Evans, it was spooky.
Now how can a derelict plane be spooky?
I agree with Russell. This whole thing makes no sense.
You sure it didn't take long to get here.
I broke several land speed records to get down to what you laughingly call a road to this place.
And I take it that you are the only one they sent?
Do we need more?
Oh, I think the National Guard would have been taking it lightly.
I saw that thing you call a plane on my way in. So tell me, gentlemen, are you always playing tricks on the FAA?
Exactly what do you mean by that little remark?
Oh, come on. There's no way. No way. That plane flew into this airport.
Miss Evans, as God is my witness, that is exactly what it did.
What do you think that we did? Find some old airplane and haul it out here?
Do you realize the penalty that you could face for a false report? And what is this about there being no pilot?
Tom, you had your eyes on it the entire time, right?
And we have enough security cameras around here. Take a look at the footage yourself.
Don't worry, I will. I'm waiting on a report about this Flight 282. After I receive it, then I want to take a look at your mystery.
Did you get your report?
Yes, I did. And it's purely impossible.
What did you find out?
There was a Flight 282 that took off from the Nashville airport. It was carrying 10 passengers, including the flight crew.
What happened to it?
The official version says that it went down somewhere in the mountains. No trace of wreckage or anything was ever found.
How long ago was this, Miss Evans?
Over 40 years.
What is she doing now?
Still checking out the fuselage.
So, she hasn't gone inside yet?
Not yet. Russell, I've been thinking about this whole thing.
What have you come up with?
Now just hear me out. We know about the space-time continuum. What if this plane somehow, I don't know, breached it?
And it tore it apart?
Possibly. I mean, there have been all kinds of strange things happening. This plane took off over 40 years ago and decided to land here?
Then I only have one question. What happened to the people that were on Flight 282?
Albert Einstein once said, "The distinction between the past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." And if that is the case, then the definition of reality is rather subjective. I'll return shortly with Act 3. John Steinbeck once wrote, "Many a trip continues long after movement in time and space have ceased."
Where is she now?
I saw her go inside about 10 minutes ago.
You think she's okay?
I'll give her a shout on the radio. Miss Evans, everything okay?
This is incredible. I checked the cargo hold. All of the luggage is still there. The instrument panel in the cockpit looks like, let's just put it this way. This plane should not be able to fly. At all.
Tom, what were you saying about this, time-space thingy?
I mean, it has happened before.
Are you kidding?
The Mary Celeste is one example. In 1872, this ship was discovered in the middle of the ocean with 6 months of supplies. All 10 people that were aboard, gone.
Maybe they abandoned it.
That was one of the explanations, but no one could prove it. And then there is the town in India where in one night, 1,500 of the residents simply vanished without a trace.
Okay, I'm spooked enough.
Russell, I'm going to need your help. Get down here.
Maybe she found something useful.
Russell, can you read me?
Loud and clear.
What did you find?
It's what we didn't find. There's no black box. We have no record of what may or may not have happened.
Hey, Russell, I'm starting to get a really bad feeling.
Don't worry, Tom. This plane isn't going anywhere. I'm contacting my crew to do a full investigation.
Hey! Who closed the door?
Russell, the engines. They're starting.
What the hell is going on? Open the door!
I'm trying! It won't
Russell,
budge.
shut the engines off.
I can't! None of the instruments are responding! We're moving!
Russell, you and Margot need to get off that plane now!
Russell? What's going on?
I don't know! I can't get control of this crate!
Guys, you're taking off! I've got you on radar!
Oh my God.
What the hell is that?
Russell, Margot, what do you see?
Tom, you were right. All of those theories were right. I know what happened to the people on this plane. They were...
Russell? Russell! Russell!
On March the 8th, 2014, Flight 370 from Malaysia Airlines vanished in midair. Despite an unprecedented search by air and sea that spanned 3 years and involved multiple countries, no trace of the aircraft or the 239 passengers have ever been found, and no explanation has been brought forth. I'll return shortly with a final word. Richard Bach once said, "Reality lies far beyond time and space, and I need to know why." But then, can anyone explain what, where, and when is true reality? Could you? Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Robert Jackson, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now a preview of our next tale.
I believe that there's something that you are not telling me, Mr. Lumley.
I'm sure there is, Dr. Connors. It is important that you hear the entire story.
Which is why I'm here. I'm not sure how much help I can be.
I don't know either. Or perhaps I'm here to help you.
The patient suddenly becomes the psychologist?
Who said that I was the patient?
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Everyone, well, almost everyone, have what some would consider insurmountable problems. A situation that they cannot deal with on a normal level. What is one to do? Most will seek out the advice of their families or friends. Some will even talk to complete strangers. And then there are those on the very precipice of desperation that seek out the advice of a professional listener.
Dr. Connors?
Yes. May I help you?
There wasn't anyone in the reception area. I didn't mean to barge in.
Oh, yes. My secretary had an emergency. It's quite all right. Come in. Have a seat, Mr.
Lumley. Felix Lumley. And thank you for seeing me.
You caught me at a rather unique time. My next client called and is stuck in traffic, so I have some free time.
I can always come back another...
Oh, no. Please, sit down. Now, what brings you to see me?
I suppose I have a problem. Isn't that why people come to see a psychologist, Dr. Connors?
Actually, I'm a therapist, and please, just call me David, or Dave, if you prefer. Even though I do have a degree, I find it a little pretentious to use the term doctor, since I only delve into the mind of an individual.
Isn't that more dangerous?
I don't find it to be. Most of my clients have rather simple problems, which can be worked out. There are those individuals that can make, if you'll pardon the phrase, a mountain out of a molehill.
I would consider my own problem a mountain.
Why don't you start at the beginning? I find it the best place to begin.
It all started when I died.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Dr. Connors. I died a little over a year ago.
Are you saying that you believe you are a ghost?
Please, don't try to call them in a war. No, Doctor, I actually died. But as you can see, I've returned to the land of the living.
Maybe I should take some notes. Now then, how did you die?
It all started a year ago. I was driving in the mountains going to a business meeting when my brakes failed on a rather treacherous curve. I was in a coma for almost 3 weeks. The funny thing was that I could hear everything happening around me.
Why couldn't you have just died?
Caitlin, please. He may hear you.
I hope so, Brian. You have no idea what it was like living with him. I swear if you had not fixed the brakes, I would have killed him myself.
I don't understand you, Caitlin. Felix is a good man.
Ha! The only thing he was good for was his bank account. At least he made money. Did he know how to dress? No. Did he ever go to the best parties? No. He wouldn't know the social standards if they came and smacked him in the face.
But, I mean, he was always helping whenever he could.
Oh, yes. Helping. Did he ever help me? When we were invited to the mayor's home, did he go? No. He was too busy helping at the homeless shelter. At least I have you now, Brian.
Only he wasn't killed, which means no insurance money.
I've already spoken with the doctor. The chances of him coming out of the coma are slim and none.
As long as I still have you, I can be happy.
$2 million will make us both happier.
So what are you going to do?
I told the doctor to pull the plug.
Brian Carey is, or rather was, my best friend. He began the affair with Caitlin 6 months before the accident.
Did you find out about it?
Not until after the attempt on my life.
But you did recover.
Much to the dismay of my wife.
The doctor is taking him off life support today. Oh, sure, Marge. I'm a little sad, I suppose. But I think the insurance money will take away any remorse. Who? Oh, Brian? Well, he isn't the most refined man, but he does know how to make me happy. Marge, let me call you back. I think Brian just came in.
Hello, my dear. How are you?
Felix! What are you doing? I mean, oh my God. Felix, you are...
Alive and well? Yes, my dear. I am very much alive.
Oh, thank God. I was so worried.
Were you? Were you really?
Oh, Felix, it's so good to have you home, where you belong.
I noticed a new car in the driveway. Spending the insurance money already?
What? Oh, no. It's just a loaner. Well, the other one is getting fixed.
You know, Caitlin, my most trustworthy wife, you can no longer lie to me.
I don't know what you are...
Talking about? I'm telling you that I know everything. Your affair with Brian, as well as others. Does Brian know that you're planning to get rid of him?
I don't know what you are talking about. Brian and I are simply friends.
A rather good friend, I would say. After all, he did try and kill me. For you.
But how did you know?
I knew everything. Dr. Connors, I know everything.
Knowledge is of no value unless you put it to good use, wrote Anton Chekhov. It seems Felix is about to put what he knows into a somewhat dangerous use. We'll find out when I return with Act 2. The mind, once stretched by a new idea, never returns to its original dimensions, wrote Emerson.
May I offer you something to drink?
That would be most appreciated, Doctor.
So tell me, how did you find out about your wife and Brian?
I spoke with the doctor after my life support was turned off. He told me that it was quite remarkable. My brainwave pattern was completely flatlined. He would have bet money that I would not be standing there talking to him.
And you were able to simply walk out of the hospital. Extraordinary.
That is what he said as well. But there was something else happening to me.
Please, go on.
I had changed. Not by any physical means, but more mental.
What was this change?
As I was talking to the doctor, it seemed that I knew everything about him, from his childhood to that very point in his life.
One of the most remarkable cases that I have ever run across, Mr. Lumley.
But I can go home, right?
I don't see any reason to keep you here. If you don't mind, I would like to write an article for the medical journal on your case.
By all means, Doctor. However, this time, don't plagiarize anyone.
What?
I'm surprised that your last article didn't get pulled. After all, you practically copied the words of your colleagues.
I did no such thing.
Please, Doctor. It's only a minor sin. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Just be careful.
How did you know?
Oh, I know everything about you, Doctor. The affair with your nurse last year, which thankfully you ended, and now you're trying to reconcile with your wife.
Well, no one knows about that. How did you find out?
Don't worry, Doctor. You're in no danger of retribution.
But how did you know?
My mind had been expanded, Dr. Connors. Everyone I met that day, I could see their entire life story, especially their sins.
Remarkable. But let's get back to your wife. I take it that she was surprised to see you?
She had no idea what was in store for her.
I'm just so happy that you have returned home.
Really, darling, let's be honest for a change. You wanted me dead. And that's why you had Brian fix the brakes. And now, you want Brian dead as well.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
You can no longer lie to me, Caitlin. I know all about you. How you've been taking money from that charity you work for, your constant need for attention, and what you did to our daughter, I believe, is the most unforgivable sin of all.
Deborah is a little fool. She had no business.
She came to you for help. She was in a bad situation.
She should have known better.
She's dead, Caitlin.
What? What do you mean?
After you turned your back on her, she had nowhere to turn. Her dealer murdered her.
She made poor choices, and she paid for them.
Do you really believe that the punishment fits the crime?
She chose that lifestyle. Is it my fault that she got herself killed? Thank God the papers didn't get that story. Think of our reputation.
Our reputation? She was our daughter.
No, she was your daughter. Her mother was just as bad. How you two ever got together, I will never know.
And you think that your sins are not as bad?
I've never hurt anyone in my life.
Until you tried to kill me.
Felix, your eyes, they seem to be glowing red.
I've been chosen, Caitlin. When I died, I was given power to see the sin and to rectify the situation.
Felix?
You, Caitlin, have been judged.
What happened to her?
I raised my hand, pointed a finger at her, and she began to melt away like a wax figure. Flames began to shoot from my fingertips. When she was gone, there wasn't a trace of her. There were no burns on anything.
Didn't anyone question her disappearance?
They assumed that she had run off with Brian. Brian was judged as well.
What you're telling me is that you murdered 2 people?
No, Doctor. I simply carried out my mission. A mission that was given to me by some divine power.
Divine or demonic?
I honestly don't know.
Songwriter Tori Amos said, "Sometimes those demons are frightening, and sometimes they are beautiful." I'll be back with our final act shortly. Dr. Connors listens with fascination to Felix as he continues with his story.
And you say that all of this happened a year ago?
Yes, Doctor. 1 year ago to the very day.
What have you been doing since then?
As soon as I began to understand this power more, I began to use it.
In what way?
Many people sin, Doctor. Most of them are minor, small, inconsequential sins that don't amount to anything. A simple little white lie, perhaps, but there are those whose sins can never be forgiven.
So you have appointed yourself as judge, jury, and executioner?
No, Dr. Connors. I was appointed, but by a much wiser power.
And how do you feel about this?
I've embraced it. After I took care of Caitlin and Brian, I sold the house and I began to travel. Nothing was keeping me where I was at, so I thought the best way to use this power was to meet the sinners.
He who is without sin cast the first stone.
Don't forget, judge not, lest ye be judged.
Oh, I haven't forgotten. Apparently you have.
Please, Doctor, go on. Give me your interpretation of what I have done.
I'm afraid that you're not going to like what I have to say.
Believe me, I'm very interested.
All right. It is my professional opinion that you are a serial killer. You've just confessed to me that you judged your wife and her lover. Not that you didn't have reason to, but now you must understand my position.
Which is?
Well, if you were an actual patient of mine, we could put all of this down as doctor-patient confidentiality. However, You simply walked in. We have no contracts, no agreements. You understand I could testify against you. Felix, how many people have you judged?
In the past year, there have been over 150.
And all of them you killed the same way, by pointing your finger at them.
I understand your disbelief. I also understand your fear.
I don't think that I have anything to be afraid of.
Are you absolutely sure? What about Deborah?
I'm afraid that I don't recognize that name.
Deborah Manning, a student you were seeing as a patient 15 years ago.
I'm still not following you. I don't know anyone by that name.
Oh, doctor, you can lie to yourself, but you cannot lie to me. I know all about the incident.
No one knows about... I don't know what...
You started talking to her, then you began prescribing medicines to her. She thought that she was losing her mind, but then you took, shall we say, advantage of her?
I never touched her.
Do you still have the video and the pictures? Do you still look them over and remember what you did to her?
I believe that you should leave. Now.
What you did to her was unique, special. Do you even bother to find out what happened to her?
I told you to leave my office, Mr. Lumley.
She committed suicide the very next day. She should have been a brilliant doctor, but you took that away from her. You, Dr. Connors, murdered her. Oh, not directly, but you did have a hand in it.
What is happening? What are you going to do?
You quoted a rather famous book, Dr. David Connors. Let me quote you another line from that very same book. The wages of sin is death.
As the flames begin to disappear, Felix Lumley quietly leaves the office. He smiles a little, wondering who he will judge next. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Emily Dickinson wrote, "Whenever a thing is done for the first time, it releases a little demon." And as our curtain closes, will you think about the little sins of your past? Our cast included Mick Davis, Dave Arkapoff, Gemma Mitchell, Jonathan Rossignol, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're not making any sense, Thurber.
Pour us another drink, Elliot, because I think you are going to need it. I know that I do.
You knew why the gallery wouldn't display PICKMAN'S, art. No self-respecting art lover would dare display it.
To say that his works were macabre is an understatement. But what he showed me on that last night could only be considered monstrous.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The Doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. While Edgar Allan Poe focused on the nightmares of the human mind, Howard Phillips Lovecraft stories leaned more towards the monsters that dwell within the earth and the imagination. His philosophy of cosmicism, the belief that humanity is an insignificant part of the cosmos and can be swept away at any moment, is the main theme of his horror fiction.
Thank you for the invite, Thurber, and thank you for the drink.
You needn't think that I'm crazy, Elliot.
I never said that you were.
Just because I would rather take a taxi to get here than that damn subway is no reason to think...
We got here, didn't we? And I don't think that you are crazy.
Why don't you laugh at your Uncle Oliver? He won't even ride in a car or a taxi.
Thurber, old man, calm down. You seem to be more nervous than when I saw you last year.
Perhaps I am.
So what has made you this way?
I don't need a third degree from you. I'm sorry. It's a wonder that I'm sane at all.
I wasn't giving you the third degree. I simply asked why you decided to drop Pickman from your agency.
You didn't used to be so inquisitive. Still, I suppose you should hear the entire story.
And what did become of Pickman?
I haven't the foggiest idea of what happened to Richard Upton Pickman, and I don't care to know. I don't even want to think about where he might even be.
After the Boston Art Club dropped him, as well as Dr. Reed...
Let the police do their usual diligent work. They won't find anything. They have yet to discover that rotting apartment in the North End he rented under the name of Peters.
You said something earlier about that. Do you know where it is?
Sure that I could find it again. Not that I would. Even in broad daylight. It's the reason I won't use the subway anymore or even go down into the cellars. There is something there. Something horrifying.
Why, it's ghastly.
I would call it genius. Pickman always had a way with faces.
But look at it, Thurber. The title alone makes one shudder.
I will grant you that. Ghoul Feeding is a rather strange title, but it definitely depicts the painting.
A strange creature, almost canine-like, hunched over an open grave and
having an evening meal, eh, Dr. Reed?
It's enough to make one lose his own evening meal. No wonder the museum wouldn't accept it as a gift.
Is this the reason that Pickman was kicked out of the arts club?
Naturally, Thurber. Would you expect anything less?
From your lot? No. Not at all. But if I've said it before, I'll say it again. Morbid art doesn't shock me. And when someone has the genius that Pickman has, it is an honor and a privilege to know him, no matter which direction his work takes.
I remember that painting he titled Ghoul Feeding. Ugh, it gave me nightmares for weeks.
Any magazine cover hack can splash paint around and call it a nightmare or a witch's sabbath or even demon. But Pickman? Only a great painter like him could make such a thing really scare or ring true.
I remember him saying that he only painted what he could see.
Don't ask me what Pickman saw. You know, Elliot, in ordinary art, there is a vast difference in something real and something that only the imagination can dream. I'm convinced that I would not be alive if I had ever seen what that man, if he were indeed a man, saw. But why, Dr. Reed? Why would the art club and everyone else draw Pickman?
When was the last time you saw a Pickman?
Oh, I suppose a few weeks ago.
No, Thurber. I mean, really looked at the man. I'm not sure if it is his diet or perhaps an eccentricity, but it isn't just his paintings that are unnerving.
Then what is it? I grant you that ghoul feeding is frightening, but that is the precise reason that I admire Pickman.
He, the man, frightens me more and more every day. His very features and expressions are slowly developing into something...
Well, spit it out, man.
Something that is less than human.
Andy Warhol once said, "Don't think about making art, just get it done. Let everyone else decide if it's good or bad, whether they love it or hate it. While they are deciding, make even more art." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Edgar Degas once said, "Drawing is not what you see, but what you must make others see."
So, where is ghoul feeding now?
Pickman's father has it at his home in Salem. You know that Pickman's great-great-great-great-grandmother was hanged as a witch in 1692.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yes, by Cotton Mather himself.
So, tell me, what happened between you and Pickman?
I started a series of articles about weird paintings and artists. Pickman showed me many of his works, including ink and pencil sketches. I suppose it was my hero worship, coupled with the fact that people were having less and less to do with him, made him get very confidential with me.
So, Thurber, what do you think?
Remarkable!
These do not make you want to run screaming into the night?
On the contrary, they are quite good. You have a way with faces, Pickman.
And you have a way with listening to what some consider a madman.
Well, I thank you for that.
These are just some things that won't do for Newbury Street. Canvases that could never be conceived here. No! The place for the artist is definitely the North End.
That slum-infested area?
God, man. Don't you know the place wasn't made, but actually grew? Generation after generation lived and felt and died there. There was a mill on Copp's Hill in 1632, and the streets were laid out by 1650.
But why, Pickman? Why would you want to go there?
Thurber, I will wager you that in 8 of the 10 houses built before the 1700s, I could show you something strange in the cellars. There isn't a month that goes by that you don't hear about workers finding old tunnels.
And you have found these tunnels?
I've done much more than that. I have a studio on the North End where I can let myself go as I never could in Newbury Street.
Best not to tell the art club about it.
Those imbecilic fools. And Dr. Reed is the biggest one whispering that I'm some sort of monster. I decided a long time ago that one must paint terror as well as the beauty of light.
I must say you have garnered my interest.
I found a place not too far from the train station. I used the cellar as a studio. There's an old brick well down there. Curious sort of thing.
You did say something about a network of tunnels around the North End. Do you think this well of yours could be a connection?
Possibly. Look, you're interested in this sort of thing. Come with me tonight, and I'll show you what I've been painting.
You weren't kidding when you said the place was dilapidated. Even the windows are boarded up.
Just the way I like it. Here, let me light a candle.
Ah, dear God!
I warned you, Thurber.
You said that you let yourself go, but... this?
What do you think?
Hideous! The backgrounds are of deep woods, cliffs by the sea, and isn't that Copp's Hill burying grounds?
You have a good eye.
But that's only a few blocks from here. And the creatures that you've painted, two-legged, canine features, and slumping forward, they all seem to be eating on corpses.
Well, I can understand why he didn't show those at Newbury Street.
All of them depicted some sort of creature in various poses. They were leaping through windows or squatting on the chests of sleeping people. One showed a group of these creatures looking up at a hanged witch whose face was much like theirs.
But you're not a 3-year-old, Thurber. You've seen such paintings before.
No, Elliot, not like these. It was the faces, the accursed faces that leered and slathered out of the canvas with the very breath of life. I believe that they were alive.
Here, have another drink. I think you need it.
Elliot, I swear, it was as if Pickman had waked the fires of hell in Pigment, and his brush had been a nightmare-spawning wand. What do you call this one, Pickman?
The Lesson. What do you think of it?
It's definitely intriguing.
You know, of course, the stories of these creatures stealing children in the night, replacing them with their own young.
Yes, I do. This painting, showing these creatures huddled over another corpse, they seem to be teaching a small child on how to feed? Feed as they do?
This is what happens to those stolen babies. In this painting, anyway.
There seems to be a hideous relationship in the faces of those creatures and the child. And this one.
A pious man reading from the scriptures to his family, sitting in an ancient drawing room.
All of them look normal except for the boy. Obviously more kin to the creatures than the father in the portrait.
Notice anything unusual?
My God, Pickman. The boy looks like you.
Come on, Thurber. Let me show you some of my modern studies.
God, dear Lord in merciful heaven!
So what do you think of my second gallery?
How does the old saying go? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what of nightmares that are committed to canvas? What terror awaits when I return with Act 3? The artist Pickman has escorted his friend Thurber to yet another room, where the horrors are much worse than before.
So, what did you see that made you scream?
Elliot, you know me. I am not one to scream at horror, but these paintings, The first room showed paintings of these creatures attacking our forefathers. But in the next, there was one called Subway Accident, which showed these creatures coming up from some unknown catacomb, attacking a platform full of people. Others showed these vile things hiding in cellars, awaiting victims. Another showed one reading from a Boston guidebook to a group of laughing creatures. Dear Lord and merciful heaven!
So what do you think of my second gallery?
Horrifying. Your paintings are not even romanticized in any way. Everything from the creatures to the victims are crystal clear.
Come with me to the cellar. Let me show you what I'm working on now.
Is this the brick well you told me about?
Yes. I'm sure that it leads down to the tunnels. But look over here. This canvas. Let me uncover it for you.
Oh! What in heaven's name? A colossal, nameless thing with glaring red eyes. It's holding on its bony claws the body of a man half chewed.
You're impressed?
I'm horrified. Wait. What is this? Pinned to the canvas.
Oh, that! I take pictures of backgrounds that I'm gonna use. Saves me from hauling everything outside.
What was that?
Damn rats.
Sounded much bigger than rats.
Wait here. I'll be back in a moment. No! Get back! Get back, all of you!
Everything all right?
Yes, though, all is well. Heaven knows what they eat for those tunnel-touched graveyards in the sea. They must have gotten hungry and heard you scream. Better to be cautious.
And that was the last time I saw Pickman.
A remarkable story indeed. But it still doesn't explain why you dropped him as a client.
Don't be impatient. It was because of that photograph I found pinned to the canvas. After that last scare, I must have crumpled it into my pocket. I assumed it was of a background that Pickman was going to use for that final canvas.
And what happened to it?
Burned to ashes. Elliot, Dr. Reed was correct. Richard Upton Pickman, the greatest artist I have ever known, wasn't strictly human.
Thurber, what was on that photograph?
Don't ask me to explain it, or what lay behind what Pickman tried to pass off as rats. All of us often wondered how he got those damned lifelike faces for his paintings.
And you believe that you know?
That paper wasn't a photograph of any background. What it showed was the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the cellar studio in detail. But by God, Elliot, it was a photograph from life. A self-portrait.
And as the implication begins to sweep over Elliot, we shall take a brief pause before I return with a final word. H.P. Lovecraft was never able to support himself as an author or editor. Most of his work was published in pulp magazines during the 1920s. A revival of his work began in the 70s, and he is now regarded as one of the most significant 20th century authors of supernatural horror fiction. Our cast included Mick Davis, Jonathan Rossignol, Raven Adams, and Dave Arkhipov. The script was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm telling you, Merlin, I think that I have finally found it.
You do realize how insane you sound right now. I mean, you're talking about music that does not exist.
Yes, but don't you see? It exists. It has just not been discovered.
And for good reasons. You're talking about the destruction of all mankind.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Plato once said, "Music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything." But can something so powerful also be able to take everything away?
Countdown! It has been quite a long time since last we saw each other.
It's wonderful to see you too, Merlin.
Ugh! Still calling me by that wretched name.
Well, you did use my nickname when I came in, so all's fair.
Remind me, why did the students start calling me Merlin?
Oh, because no matter what instrument or even style of music, you simply knew all there was to know about it. You could even play it. We always found that most extraordinary.
No great feat, I assure you. Simply a lot of practice. And free time.
Well, it's good to see you again.
I must admit to a great curiosity as to why you wanted to see your old professor after, let's see now, 15 years?
Now, only 14 years, but then who's counting?
Still good to see you, Countdown.
Aha, there, you see, you used my nickname, just as you did when I came in.
I stand accused and admit to the deed. You must admit it was rather clever of me.
Clever? No! Downright reprehensible.
Now, it was all in good fun. Besides, you were the only student who used to count down instead of the usual 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it was more natural for me to go 4, 3, 2, 1. At any rate, the moniker stuck with me, even on a professional level.
Yes, I understand that your latest album has gone platinum. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you, Merlin. I don't know where I would be had it not been for you teaching me. You were a wonderful professor.
Flattery will get you, well, everywhere. So how are your music studies coming along?
Well, as you know, I've been interested in every form of music there is.
As I recall, you studied every bit of music you could lay your hands on. And now, how many musicians have gold records and sold-out performances of rock, country, and even classical music?
No, it's not all glamorous. I can stand the recording part, but those concerts, they take quite a bit out of me.
Well then, tell your old professor what it is I can do for you. Play back up on your next million-selling album?
No, nothing like that. Although I would be honored.
Then what can I do for you?
Well, do you remember our discussion on the lost chord?
Let me think. It has been some time since... Oh, now I remember. Yes. The lost chord that you said you read about in some old volume in the library.
Yes, that's it. Well, I was wondering if you perhaps had that book.
Well, I'm sure that I do. Somewhere in this house, although exactly where...
Do you think that you could find it?
Possibly. Must be around here somewhere.
Tonight. Do you think that you could find it tonight?
Tonight? I'm not sure that I could...
It has to be tonight.
Countdown. What is so urgent?
Because I believe that I have found it.
Found what exactly?
The lost chord. The chord that when played will summon up a demon to do your bidding, to make you master of the world.
The rock artist Marilyn Manson once said that music is the strongest magic. But what sort of magic was he talking about? Perhaps we shall learn the answer when I return with Act 2. Leonard Bernstein once said, "Music can name the unnameable and communicate the unknowable."
What the devil are you talking about?
The devil. Well, that's a pretty good word. Yes, Merlin, a chord. A musical chord, when played, will open the gates of hell and release a demon.
Countdown. You really are serious?
I've devoted the last 10 years to finding this chord, and I believe that I have. However, I need something from that book of yours.
And you need it tonight?
Yes. Otherwise, we'll have to wait another 5 years.
What is so special about tonight?
It isn't tonight that is special, but a week from now. The moon and the planets will be aligned and in harmony, just for the lost chord to be played.
So, there's plenty of time.
Oh, no, you don't understand. It will take me a week to set everything up.
Look, Andrew, and I'm using your God-given name. What you are saying is impossible. There are over 4,000 possible chords that can be played on a given instrument. And if there really is a lost chord, then it was meant to be lost forever.
Merlin, you're right. I know that it's fantastic. I believe that I have actually found this chord.
And what made you think to even look for it?
Well, why did we go to the moon? Or why did man climb Mount Everest?
But those were accomplishments. What you're trying to do is sacrilegious.
Possibly. But it is something that others have searched for, strived for. And now it is within my power.
foggiest idea where that book could be.
Oh, but you must know. It has got to be here. Somewhere.
Perhaps you had just best forget this whole business of the lost cord.
Are you deliberately trying not to find the book?
Of course not. I just think that... Look, how do you know that you can even play such a chord?
A good question, Merlin. Yes, it was a bit troubling. And I believe I know why no one else has been able to play it.
Then enlighten me.
Imagine a series of notes played in a particular order on a particular instrument at a particular time.
And you really don't believe that anyone else has done exactly that?
No, Merlin, you fail to understand. These notes may have been played, but the voice, the instrument, was completely wrong.
I would guess that any instrument would have done it.
And that, my dear Professor, is where the mistake was made. You see, it has to be the correct sound, the precise notation that will produce the desired effect.
The opening of the gates of hell, you mean?
Precisely!
And you have found that sound? How is it possible?
Well, we live in an electronic age. With my computer and piano, I can produce a myriad of sounds, overlapping them to produce one voice.
So then, why hasn't it worked?
Well, that's why I need the book.
And once you play that chord, once the gates are opened, what are your intentions?
I haven't given it much thought. Well, just the desire to accomplish something that no one else has been able to is, well, that's satisfaction enough.
And you don't think that the demon will want something in return?
You know, I've never even thought about it.
Well, it's damn well time you did think about it. My God, man, do you even realize what you've been trying to do?
Merlin, aren't you even curious as to what may happen?
I am ashamed to admit it, but yes, I am quite curious. Now come on, help me find this damn book.
Merlin! Glad you could make it.
The storm didn't help.
Well, come in, quickly.
So, this is where you've been keeping yourself? Quite impressive.
Here, down this way, to the music room. I have everything set up.
I take it that you found the missing piece of the puzzle?
Yes, I believe that I have. It was your book that put everything into place.
And what did you find?
The missing key. The one thing that will make this work. As you know, there are millions of combinations of chords and notes.
Yes, and only one particular combination will work.
Oh, no, it wasn't just the notes, or the keys, or even the harmonics. No, it was the missing part that I couldn't find.
Which was?
One voice. One heart. One soul.
Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones once said that music is a language that doesn't speak in particular words, that it is an emotion. I'll return shortly with our final act. Nietzsche once said, without music, life would be a mistake. Merlin stares in awe at the massive music room as Countdown escorts her to the center. She notices the pentagram drawn on the floor, the candles burning at each point, and the computers and keyboards that are situated in the middle.
Count, you must be out of your mind.
Oh, I do admit that there are some ancient rituals that must be adhered to.
A pentagram? Candles?
We're still in this building. It's almost time.
I'm begging you, don't do this. You have no idea what sort of power you're trying to control. If it can even be controlled.
Then why did you even come? You knew exactly what I was trying to do.
I came because I consider you a friend, as well as a former student of mine. I came to talk you out of this madness.
Then you have come in vain.
Please, Andrew.
It's almost time. I found the notes, the lost chord, of the right placement, and finally, the correct voice.
What in God's name are you saying?
My voice, my heart, my soul. By adding my own voice to the chords, I will summon a demon from the depths of hell. It will do my building. I will rule the world! You see? The walls! They are opening! The very gates of hell are opening!
Stop! Andrew, don't do this!
No! No, you fool! Don't leave the circle!
Please, Andrew! You must stop this now! I'm getting out of here before...
Merlin! I want you! Hello? Are you there?
Foolish human being.
Merlin. What happened?
You have released me.
I've really done it. You demon. What is your name?
It no longer matters what my name is. You have released me and others into your world.
But you must now obey me.
Are you so stupid to believe everything that you read?
I don't understand.
Of course you don't understand. We were simply waiting for mankind to destroy itself. We do not have to do a thing.
We haven't destroyed ourselves.
Look around you. The moral decay. The evil that grows daily, the senseless violence against everyone. Do you honestly think that we, demons, had anything to do with that. No. You did it to yourself.
So, what are you saying?
We were simply waiting. You have opened the gates of hell, and now it's so much easier for us to rule the world.
As Countdown lowers his head, realizing what he has done, the demon that was once inside Merlin begins to usher in the multitude from hell. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Music is forever. Music should grow and mature with you, following you right on up until you die, wrote songwriter Paul Simon. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, what does the lieutenant expect of you? Miracles?
Yeah, well, right now I wish I had one. 20 million people in this city. I only have to find one.
Have you tried the classifieds?
Yeah, very funny. Becky, look, this is serious. 10 people have died in as many days. And all of them the same way.
Dare I ask?
And they were all burned. Alive.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot. The words come from the book of Exodus. Their meaning is that the punishment should fit the crime. And while people have argued for centuries over so-called justice, there are always those who are somehow caught in the middle.
More coffee?
Huh? Oh, no. Thank you.
Well, if you don't want any more coffee, how about a nice friendly chat?
No, I'm not really hungry.
David, will you quit pacing and talk to me? I don't remember when the last time we had a conversation.
I'm sorry, Becky. I just can't stop thinking about this case.
Well, what does the lieutenant expect of you? Miracles?
Yeah, well, right now I wish I had one. 20 million people in this city. I only have to find one.
Have you tried the classifieds?
Yeah, very funny. Becky, look, this is serious. 10 people have died in as many days, and all of them the same way.
Dare I ask?
And they were all burned alive.
So you do have a suspect?
Oh, sure, yeah, I have a suspect. All of the victims supposedly saw her just before they exploded.
Exploded? You said they were...
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Who is your suspect?
Would you believe a beautiful young woman in a red dress?
Faulkner, about time you got here.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I was interviewing the sister of our latest victim.
What did she have to say?
Well, the same thing that everybody else has been saying.
Our Lady in Red again? Who the hell is she?
I wish to God I knew. All anybody can tell me is that she's beautiful with long blonde hair, amazing blue eyes, and wearing a long red dress.
And no fingerprints, no DNA, absolutely nothing found at the crime scenes.
Yeah, no connection with the victims. That's what's got me stumped.
Yeah, no connection.
And the way that each victim died, it's horrifying. Lieutenant Albertson, I'm going to throw out a term, and I don't want you to laugh.
At this point, I'm up for anything.
Yeah, ever hear of spontaneous combustion?
You mean where a person just bursts into flames? Yeah, I've heard of it. But isn't it a myth? You know, somebody smoking in bed and falling asleep.
Yeah, supposedly, yes. It's just a myth. Explained away by science. But I've been doing some research and... well, it all fits.
What all fits?
Okay. All of the victims were burned alive. The funny part was that no other part of the room, including where the body was, came into contact with fire. The chairs, the bed, the floors, the ceiling, nothing. Only the bodies were burned.
Yeah, but the ME said that it was probable the suspect used some chemical on the victims.
Yeah, I checked with the fire marshal, as well as the university. There isn't any such chemical that exists. And if there were, they really want to know about it.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you when I got in.
Story of my life. I guess I was made of glass.
Are you here to meet someone?
I have some business with Detective Simon Fuller.
Oh, you helping him with the Tanner case?
Oh, no. A much older case.
Well, I'm sure that he will appreciate anything you can do. By the way, that's a remarkable red dress you have on.
It's a special dress. One that I've had for years.
Well, Detective Fuller's office is to your left.
Thank you, David. I'm sure that we will meet again.
What the hell?
Faulkner, call an ambulance!
Lieutenant, what happened?
It's Detective Fuller. He's been burned alive.
No, hey, Kate, catch that woman!
What woman?
The one going towards the stairs! That one! The one in the red dress!
David, there isn't anyone there.
The first recorded case of spontaneous human combustion is in the 1400s in Milan, Italy. A knight named Polonius Vorstius belched fire after drinking strong wine. The most recent case was Michael Faraday in 2010. While he was found near his fireplace, no explanation of his burned corpse can be found. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. There is a Chinese proverb that says, "The fire you kindle for your enemy often burns yourself more than them."
I talked to Simon's wife. Memorial service is Thursday.
Thank you, Becky.
Any idea what happened?
I saw her. Damn it, I saw her!
Who?
The woman in the red dress. She called me by name.
Is that so unusual?
No, Becky. She called me David. My first name.
So why would she do that?
I don't know. I don't know anything. 11 people dead, all by fire, and not a single clue to go on.
Except a beautiful young woman in a red dress.
David, are you going to be okay?
I know what I saw, Lieutenant. It was her.
All right, I believe you. Let me show you something.
What is this?
Take a look at the picture. Is this the person that you saw?
Yes, that's her. Look, Martha Holmes. Okay, so who is she?
10 years ago, she was tried, convicted, and executed for the murders of 13 people. She burned them to death.
So what does she have to do with what is happening now?
I'm not sure. I got to thinking about the fact that there was no connection between our victims. And then I remembered this case.
Holy... Lieutenant Albertson, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because I just remembered it. It was 10 years ago.
All of the victims were on the jury that convicted her. That's the connection.
So what are you thinking, Detective?
Someone, maybe a relative of Martha Holmes, is taking out revenge for her conviction. We have to do something.
There are only 2 more survivors. I'll dispatch units to make sure nothing happens to them.
Wait a minute.
What? What do you see?
The last name. On the list of the jurors. Rebecca Samuels.
What about her?
Lieutenant, that's my wife's maiden name.
Of course I remember the case. How could I forget? Seeing one of those pictures of the crime scene gave me nightmares for months.
Becky, why didn't you tell me when we first met?
Well, it's not something that you normally bring up in conversation, honey. But what does it have to do with me?
Until we catch this maniac, I don't want you going anywhere alone.
You think I'm gonna be...
No, honey, no. At least not if I have anything to say about it.
What have you found out?
Nothing that you're going to believe.
People bursting into flames isn't enough?
Well, I did some digging. Martha Holmes didn't have any family. No siblings, no parents, no children, absolutely nothing.
Okay, so some nutcase has decided to...
Yeah, I checked the records. Her last words, before they fried her, was a curse. That in 10 years, the entire jury, including the judge, would die.
Oh, now wait a minute. Are you actually saying that it was some maniac who just happens to be dead, made some curse, and now she's come back to fulfill it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Detective, I think you need a long vacation.
Well, then you come up with a better explanation.
Yep, a very long vacation.
May I help you?
Rebecca? Rebecca Samuels?
Well, it used to be. It's Faulkner now.
You are so beautiful.
Is there something I can help you with?
You don't recognize me, do you?
I'm sorry, but I don't. Have we met before?
You could say that. Do you like my dress? My red dress?
These 8 words the reed fulfill, and ye harm none, do what ye will. The last lines from the Wiccan Code. However, there are some who believe that this is an antiquated way of thinking, and a curse is a fulfillment of revenge. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Curses are strange things. Many times they work because the victims simply believe in them. But that's not the only way they can make an impact. Numerous famous curses have shown that belief is only part of the equation, and that a well-placed hex can have a tangible effect, even when no one sees it coming.
Detective, go home. You've been here all night. What are you working on?
She was a witch.
Who was?
Martha Holmes. She practiced the darker side of Wiccan. Her victims, they were sacrifices.
Are you seriously telling me that our suspect is a crazed killer that was executed 10 years ago?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Anderson, I don't really believe it myself, but there are 11 people dead.
Make that 12.
What?
I just got word. Judge Malcolm Pierce exploded into flames right outside the courthouse.
Were there any witnesses?
A whole street full. They said that the judge was talking to a woman a few minutes before he died.
A beautiful young woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing a red dress. And that only means one thing.
What's that?
I've got to get home. Now. Becky? You home? Becky? Becky!
I thought you would never get home.
You. Where is she?
Dear Rebecca Samuels, she is well, I can assure you.
Why? Why do you want her?
I thought I made that quite obvious. My master requires 13. I will rule alongside his glorious kingdom. But I need 13.
You got your 13 before.
No. They murdered me.
So now, I'm back to complete what I started. In there, the bedroom, everything is ready.
Becky?
David! Please!
Becky!
Help me!
No, don't go near her. I will set a fire with a wave of my hand if you try to interfere.
David! Please!
It's okay, honey. It's gonna be okay.
The hour approaches. My master will be pleased.
Foolish. Do you think that your puny weapons will hurt me?
David!
Sergei! I will reign forever!
Ow! Ow! It hurts!
I've got you. The fire's out. I know. It's okay. No, it's not too bad.
No. What is going on? No!
I read the transcript of the trial. You shot your mouth off a little too much, Miss Holmes. Your spell was supposed to be spoken during the chimes. The hour is up. You lose.
No. I did everything right. You promised me.
David and Becky watch in horrified fascination as Martha Holmes bursts into flames. The only thing that was left of the witch was a small pile of ashes. I'll be back with a final word. If you are pondering the thought of using the dark arts for revenge, let me remind you of another part of the Wiccan creed. Mind the threefold laws you should. 3 times bad, 3 times good. You see, whatever you do can, and most always will, come back to you. Our cast included Nick Davis, Gemma Mitchell, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, this is it. The final. I'm really dead, but am I? I'm lying in this coffin, but shouldn't there have been some sort of, I don't know, a bright light? Or a figure to guide me into the... No, none of this makes any sense. And yet, I am lying in a coffin, so I must be dead. Right?
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Mark Twain once said that the fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. But let's face it, is anyone truly prepared to go into that dark night?
None of this makes sense. I can't seem to move. Oh, yes. I'm inside of my coffin. I always thought that there was some sort of light or something came for you. Maybe I was just forgotten. But then, why am I in a coffin? I can smell the flowers around me. Weird. I can feel the satin lining under me.
We pray to thee, our God, this day, for the blessings you provide.
That must be Pastor Rick. Yes, it is definitely him. Leave it to my wife to let him officiate at my funeral. Wait, I can hear him. I wonder if I can talk. Hey! I'm not dead! Can anyone hear me? Well, I guess 3 senses is better than none.
We pray to thee, our God, this day.
That's right, Pastor Rick. And just keep talking, and talking, and talking, and talking. And you always wondered why I was rarely at your services. I mean, really, Carol? I know I discussed my memorial service with you, and I specifically asked you not to have that. Well, perhaps I shouldn't speak ill of the living. I wish I could remember what exactly happened to me. Let me see. The last thing that I remember was...
Good morning, dear.
Huh. And what is all of this?
I thought that we could have breakfast on the patio. It's such a beautiful day.
Pancakes, eggs, bacon, coffee, juice, fruits. Don't tell me that you made all of this.
Now, don't be silly. You know I don't know how to boil water. No, I had Cook make everything this morning before she left for her sister's.
How is her sister doing?
From what I could gather, not very well. Oh, you know Cook, asking if we could manage for a couple of weeks without her.
And of course, you told her that she would come back to find us, a couple of rotting corpses in the kitchen, because we don't know how to use a can opener.
David Kramer. What a horrible thing to say.
Oh, I'm only kidding. Carol, don't take everything so seriously. You'll live longer.
Well, anyway, she said that unless something happened, she would be back on the 14th.
In the meantime, I suddenly see a lot of takeout in our future. DoorDash is going to love us.
Actually, I was thinking about asking Sally Rogers, Cook, to perhaps help us out for a while.
And what will Sally do?
They are going on a cruise, and I thought that perhaps their cook come here for the 2 weeks they will be gone.
Well then, ask them. I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Great! Now eat some breakfast before it gets cold. Here, your coffee. Just the way you like it.
Jesus, that man could talk for hours about nothing. Why is he still going on? Oh well. Yes, I remember breakfast. I remember you, Carol, handing me the cup of coffee. I also remember how bitter it tasted, but naturally I didn't say anything about it. Now what's going on?
Such a wonderful man. I'm so sorry.
I wonder who that was. I couldn't quite place the voice.
I'm going to miss you. You really kept that place going.
Now, that was Arnie Metcalf. Best foreman I ever hired.
Ah,
Miss Kramer.
Hello, Pastor Rick. Thank you for doing this on such short notice.
It was my pleasure, Miss Kramer. Did you give him enough?
Yes, it was very sudden. Quiet. Someone will hear.
Sorry. Don't worry. Everyone is in the banquet hall. See? We're all alone.
I hadn't noticed.
So, did you?
Yes, exactly what you told me to put in.
And he drank the entire cup?
I suppose it was good to the last drop.
Carol, if he died at home, how were you able to get by without the police doing an autopsy?
Money does have its privileges. Besides, I simply told them it was against our religion.
And what about the will?
Don't worry, darling. Everything is in order. It may take a little time to probate, but afterwards, we can be together.
Why don't you come into the office?
Why, Pastor Rick, what would the mourners say?
It's one of my duties as a representative of the church to console the bereaving widow, isn't it?
And how do you plan on consoling me?
Use your imagination.
Carol, you and that so-called pastor. I always suspected you were seeing someone else, but him? And you murdered me?
Death may be the greatest of all human blessings, wrote Socrates, but I often wonder of the untimely deaths that occur every day. What sort of plans and dreams went undone that might have changed the lives of those around them? I'll be back, perhaps not with an answer, with Act 2. Philip Moeller once wrote, "Death is the end of one story and the beginning of another." In the case of David Kramer, his other story is just beginning.
Killed me. Poisoned me. How could you, Carol? I provided everything for you. I gave you the house that you insisted on having, the car, the servants, everything. You never had to work, although I told you that if you wanted a career, I would be more than happy to support you. Even when you put me off on having children, I didn't argue. Damn it, I was good to you. Maybe that's why you ran to another man. Maybe it's why I'm in this coffin now.
I'm so sorry, David. I got here as fast as I could.
Brandon? When did you get in?
Carol. About an hour ago. I came straight from the airport.
I told you that it really wasn't necessary for you.
I know what you told me, Carol. But he is my brother.
Yes, of course, you are right. He looks rather peaceful, wouldn't you say?
Just tell me what happened.
Now, I thought that I explained all of it over the phone last night.
Well, I want to hear it again, in person.
Very well. We were having breakfast on the patio, and somehow he was stung by a bee.
Did you see it? Or hear it?
Well, no. David yelled, collapsed, and by the time the doctor got there, he was... It must have been an allergic reaction. Besides, with all the sugar he used in his coffee, it's no wonder.
What did the autopsy have to say?
He didn't have one, just like he wasn't embalmed. Now you know what our religious beliefs are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Church of the Everlasting Light, or whatever the hell you call it, with a con artist for a preacher.
I hear that.
Oh, Pastor, this is Brandon, Dave's brother.
I'll have you know that we're a fully ordained church. Maybe if your brother had come a little more often.
Oh, and you must be the famous Pastor Richard Foster. Well, what indeed an honor it is to meet such a distinguished member of the religious community.
Brandon, that's enough.
No, Carol. It's quite all right. I've had many dealings with unbelievers in my day. I shall pray for you.
Well, I think it would be very wise for you both to start praying.
What does that mean?
Because, my dear sister-in-law, if I have to find a judge, I will get a court order to perform an autopsy on my brother.
Now you listen here.
What the?
Brandon, what's wrong? You look as if you saw something strange.
I thought I saw... No. Never mind. It must have been just a trick of the light.
No, Brandon, it wasn't. I moved my finger. I know that you must have seen it. It was only a slight twitch, but I know that you must have seen it move. Oh, God, if I could only speak. You really did a great job, Carol. You really did.
How is your coffee?
A little bitter, but that's okay.
So what are your plans for the day?
Oh, nothing special. Unless one of the franchises needs something. I think that's... that...
Dave? What's the matter?
I'm not sure. I don't feel...
Dave?
Something is wrong. My chest feels like can't move. Hard to breathe.
Then perhaps you should just die.
Carol? Please, help me.
Help you? Just die.
The look. That cruel on your face, Carol. I remember it so well. Brandon warned me that you were no good, and I should have listened to him. But the heart wants what the heart wants. And now, look at me, lying in a coffin at my funeral. And you, Carol, making love to the pastor in his office at my funeral. The final nail in the coffin. The final nail in the coffin.
Brandon, can't you get through that thick skull of yours? Your brother was stung by a bee, and he died.
It's quite unfortunate, but it does happen.
Oh, you stay out of this, Pastor. I find it funny that the police didn't insist on an autopsy.
I've already told you.
Yeah, religious police. Yeah, I know. Would it interest you to know, dear sister-in-law, that Pastor Rick here has a rather dubious past?
Choose your next words very carefully, Mr. Crawford.
He is trying to help with your brother's funeral. His past does not concern me at the moment.
Really? Did he ever tell you about his other wife?
I warned you!
Oh! Nice right cross, Richard. A little soft, though. Here, try one of mine!
How could you hit a man of the cloth and at your brother's funeral, right in front of his casket?
I have a lot more in store for both of you.
Are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
I'm okay. Just don't.
What am I doing wrong?
I said I was okay. Has everyone paid their condolences to the deceased?
I believe so. There doesn't seem to be anyone else here.
Why don't you wait in the other room while I close the casket lid?
Don't be silly. I want that pleasure.
The true wretchedness, indeed, the ultimate woe, is particular, not diffuse. To be buried while alive is, beyond question, the most terrific of these extremes which has ever fallen to the lot of mere mortality. Edgar Allan Poe suffered from such a condition, and I myself have often wondered how I would react to such a predicament. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Oscar Wilde wrote, "Death must be so beautiful to lie in the soft brown earth with the grasses waving above one's head and listen to silence, to have no yesterday and no tomorrow, to forget time, to forgive life, to be at peace."
It's so dark now. When the lid was open, I could see the light through my closed eyelids, but now, nothing. Damn it, I know I moved my finger. I know that Brandon saw it. If I did it once, I might be able to do it again.
Rick, when will they come to take the casket to the crematorium?
I just spoke with the director on the phone. The van is tied up in traffic, but should be here very soon.
I just want to get this all over with.
Will you come over tonight?
Now, do you think that it would be proper for the widow to visit her pastor at his home?
No, I suppose you're right.
But there is nothing to prevent the pastor from the widow's church to pay a respectful visit to her home.
What was that?
What? I didn't hear anything.
It sounded like it came over from over there.
Quit being so nervous. The only thing over there is the coffin.
I did it! I was able to knock on the side of the casket. So if I did it once, I can do it again. There. Someone must have heard it. My legs. I could feel my legs.
My God, it is coming from the coffin.
No. No, you're dead. I killed you. Why don't you die?
That's all I wanted to hear.
Brandon? I thought that you...
Left for the hotel, Carol? I thought that the two of you were the cause of my brother's death. And now, I'm sure of it.
Mr. Crawford, if there was anything said to me or in this church, you should know that it was said under the rules of confession.
But this isn't a Catholic church. Those rules, they don't apply.
On the contrary, they do.
Wait. What was that?
What's going on?
Oh my God! Look!
Carol, why do you want to put me in the cold, cold ground?
No, you're dead.
And now, for you, Pastor Rick.
No! Stay away! Stay away from me! Oh.
Poor Carol. Brandon, how is she?
She's dead, dear brother. Must have had a heart attack.
And what should we do with the good pastor?
Well, I've got an interesting idea.
Where are they going?
Crematorium on the other side of town. Guys who carried the casket did mention how heavy it was.
Well, 2 bodies are heavier than 1. Oh, at least they'll be able to stay warm together.
As the brothers watch the van drive away with the bodies in the casket, they smile. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Death is all around us, if we choose to acknowledge it. But I would rather remember the words of singer Joan Baez, "You don't get to choose how you're going to die or when. You can only decide how you're going to live now." Our cast included Raven Adams, Gemma Mitchell, Mick Davis, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare.
It's a dream I had for about years. I started in radio when I was 16 as a disc jockey and an announcer. And for years, I grew up listening to the old radio shows from like Inner Sanctum, and I grew up on Radio Mystery Theater. One night, I came over here. We were just hanging out. We'd known each other for quite some time, and I had the idea and the opening already in my mind. I told her, and you said,
Write it and we'll do it.
Wow.
And that night has led to all of this.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare.
I brought the first script to her, which is called Harvest. And it was a few days later, we recorded it.
No, we did it that day.
Did we do it that day?
We did it that day.
Yeah. And I put it all together. I edited it, and you were just amazed.
I really was. It was great.
So
I just don't understand, Cynthia. I love you.
And I love you, Michael. I just don't think that it's a good idea for you to meet Father right now.
But we have been engaged for almost a year now. I haven't even met your family yet.
You must trust me.
I do. But you make it sound so mysterious, like something out of a Dickens novel.
No, not Dickens. More like Edgar Allan Poe.
Our mystery drama, Harvest, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and stars Crimson McKenzie.
And then you come back and you're like, hey, well, I have another one. I was like,
how do you do that?
In one night, he has four other scripts to go over. And I was like, what? I thought we were doing one, just one.
I think both of us are a little surprised that it has gone as far. I mean, I honestly thought maybe 6 good shows and, we'll move on to something else.
20 years? I paid for a crime I never committed.
I understand, Micah. But why are you here now?
Isn't it obvious, Andrew? You framed me. You put me in that hellhole.
And so now you are here to murder me. Isn't that a bit overly dramatic?
What's wrong with you? You should be, at the very least, afraid.
There is nothing that you can do to me that would cause fear. You see, Micah, if you murder me, you would be doing me a favor.
So how does a friendship like this even start to begin with?
We met, and I found out he was a writer, and I'm a writer. So that became a lifelong friendship to date. I'm also dyslexic, so it takes me a little while to read. And he was like, well, I have audiobooks. And I was like, what? And so he downloads his audiobooks, and I listen to them. And then I see him the next day, and he's like, so what did you think? I was like, I fucking hated it. And he was like, he got this. And I was like, no, I don't mean I hated it like that. I mean, the ending. I wanted so more. I wanted so much more. I was like, no, you can't just leave me hanging like that. And from then on, we were best friends.
So, where are you from?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, I was just trying to make conversation.
Do you always pick up hitchhikers?
Well, as a general rule, no.
Then why did you pick me up?
I don't know. Sometimes I get a little voice that tells me to help people. So I do.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to that little voice.
Doorway to Nightmare isn't just a in-your-face horror. Every episode is horror. We like to play around with different genres.
Mystery, thriller,
sci-fi.
Yes.
Even we've done a couple of sci-fi episodes.
And you do delve into the horror part quite well.
It is complete chaos here, Alan. A few moments ago, police entered the hospital on reports that patients were attacking. I can see several people running out of the hospital. Oh my God. One man fell and several patients have ripped him apart. They are eating his flesh. I'm getting out of here.
Judy.
What happened, Derek?
I'm not sure, Andrea.
The lightning? It looked like it was fighting with itself.
Oh, God, I think I may know what happened. And I'm scared.
Scared? Of what?
what will happen next.
I had read his writings, and it was a dream of his. And why not? Why not? If you want to do something so badly in your life, then you do it. You take it and you run with it. And knowing how good of a writer he is, and how wonderful and creative and clever he is, it's okay. I'm bragging on it.
I know.
It's okay. But he's my best friend, and I would want any of his dreams to come true, just like anyone. If you want something so badly, do it.
And how are we feeling tonight, Mr. Carpenter?
What am I doing here?
Oh, you're going to be fine. I just have to take a little blood.
Was I in an accident?
Now, don't you worry. Everything is going to be fine. You will be out of here in no time.
But where am I?
Why, the hospital, of course.
But why am I in the hospital?
Now, don't you fret over it. I'm sure that you will be, well, taken care of.
You understand, Mr. Hoffman, that by law, I have to disclose everything about the house.
It's just a house. Nothing more than that.
Well, it is supposed to be haunted.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Why do you write? Why are you a writer? I say to get the voices out of my head. Yeah. So I'll come up with like a scene, and I've been doing this for a while. I'll actually act out the scene on my own, playing all the characters and everything, sort of getting the story together. But I write differently than most people. I start at the end.
He's so strange. He literally does. He has an ending already. Okay. I just have to get to the. He already has it in his mind what he wants to do, what he knows, how it's going to happen, and he just fills in the blanks.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's amazing.
And the most difficult part is the actual writing of the script is putting in all those. Sound effect, door opens up, footsteps, night ambient sound or something like that. Because all that has to be in the script for the production. And mainly because I'll forget when I'm editing.
Yeah, you show up at my door with five already in one night. 5. Here, I did this. Let's go over them. Like 5.
I vote that we leave as quickly as possible. Like, right now.
We can't. The storm blew the trees down, and the road is blocked.
Can't we walk out?
7 miles through the woods in this storm?
Then we are trapped here. And if the legend holds true, we are all going to die here.
Hello?
Mr. Jones, it's Marcy.
Thank goodness it's you. Listen, I should be home by about 7. I hope that doesn't make it too late for your dinner.
7 is fine. However, it would be nice if you had told me that we were to have company.
As far as I know, there isn't any.
Well, sir, I received a rather strange phone call. The lady told me that you should come home and wait for her.
Did she say who she was?
She claimed to be your wife, sir. I'm not one to pry into my employer's affairs, but I thought that you said that you were a widower. And your wife was dead.
Very easy. He takes criticism extremely well, and I get it. I don't do it in a negative way, though. I'm like, oh, this is brilliant. Could we maybe try it like this, or take that line out? It's not making sense. Let's do what you originally thought. And he's just like, okay. Or he will disagree and say, no, I need this to be in there. And I'm like, okay, well, let's find a way around it. And then it's done.
We just edited a script for season 5 the other night, and first act she loved.
Yeah,
it was great, but apparently I kind of went off the rails on it in act two, just a little bit.
Like how Gribbs is like just a little bit. It was a little weird.
Just a tad, you know. And I said, I'm not married to it. Here, delete.
Yes,
you know.
and he did. He takes it on the chin because he knows that I don't mean him harm. I'm trying to enhance it and make it better.
I'm sure that you will find everything to your liking, Excellency.
I will be the judge of that. I'm sure that I will find it most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Why is it so far out in the country? I detest the country.
We had to build it far enough away from the known targets.
And you guarantee its safety?
It will be the only safe place in the country, Your Excellency.
We have so many people involved as actors and actresses, but they are all over the country. We got 3 in Colorado, 1 in California, 1 in Kansas.
We had one in New Jersey.
Yeah, we did have 1 in New Jersey, but Fight kind of caught up to him, so he wasn't able to do anymore. And we just send them the script with whatever part they're playing. They record their lines and then send them back.
Wow.
Which is extremely difficult for an actor anyway, because part of acting is listening.
Listening, yeah.
You don't hear the reaction, you're not going to really know what your reaction is supposed to be. So I have been actually amazed at the way, I mean, we have a couple of actors that will do a line maybe 3 or 4 times with different inflections, and then they say, okay, you pick the best one.
Yeah.
So, how'd you get here?
That is my secret. What's yours?
I don't have any secrets.
You're here, aren't you? There has to be a reason.
I've never done anything wrong in my entire life. I've always been a good citizen.
Are you so positive about that?
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven, the largest I've ever seen. Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No, damn you. You will not rob me of my chance. Raven or no raven.
So what have you learned about both yourselves? And we'll start with Crimson on this, because as an actress who's done work through theater, which is very in-person, in a theater production, doing it to a microphone is such a different, eclectic, unique experience. What have you learned about yourself during this experience with Swan?
That I still use hand gestures, and I still make weird movements while I'm recording, because the passion is still inside of you. You're putting it to the listener's ear, but it doesn't make you move any less different. That, and this is way easier than theater.
Yeah. Well, unless I'm killing you, and then it's a little difficult.
Well, I mean,
I almost drowned the other night.
I did almost drown, but yeah, we do our own sound effects.
Okay, I was like, in real life, like, was Swan holding you underneath the bathtub just to get the proper audio?
You tell what you did.
No, his hand was not on me, but we have to have this drowning scene, and like in this show, he's pushing my head underwater, and so I dunked my head in this huge bowl of water, and I'm like, and then I sucked a shit ton up my nose, and I was like, hold on a minute, I'm seriously drowning. Hold on. It's fun. I know that sounds weird saying that after that sentence, but it's fun. It's just, you get to be creative, and no one sees you doing these silly antics, and nobody knows what you go through to get these takes. And
wow, she is really beautiful. I could make love to her right now, right on the kitchen floor.
Morning, Gerald.
But
Gerald?
maybe I'll just drown her in
Gerald?
the sink.
What are you?
Die! 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 Bye!
The only one I had trouble with was Red Hat Society.
Oh my God. Well, how many characters were in that? Like a
8.
billion.
I stupidly write a script that had 7, count them, 7 female characters, and we only had 2 female actresses.
So I was like, hey, we met one girl at the shop down the way, and we got her to do a voice.
You say your husband is in real estate? I would think that he would want to live in the subdivision that he is trying to sell.
Oh, he found the house that we live in now before we moved. He decided it would be just the perfect place to raise a family.
So he decided.
Yes, he makes most of all the important decisions.
My late husband, rest his soul, made all of the decisions in our household. I raised 2 fine young men, both in the military, and kept the house in order. Oh, it was such a shame that he had that car accident.
I remember it well. Something about the brakes.
Oh, but it was a lovely funeral. Rest his soul.
So, you really are all widows.
So why do you think we call each other that, girl?
You see, my dear, I started this society 3 years ago. I was lonely after my dear William, rest his soul, passed away 2 years ago. There I was in that lonely old house with my pension and a hefty life insurance policy. I decided that there must be other lonely women in this town with the same problem, so I began contacting certain ladies who might want to have a monthly luncheon and perhaps help each other.
I'm so sorry about your husband.
My husband was a complete narcissistic know-it-all, royal pain in the lower region. I also threw a party when he passed. Rest his soul.
As a writer, is it hard to write to the year that we're in?
I would say 9 times out of 10, we don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But there is that one time out of 10 that
maybe we
need to
shouldn't
rethink
really.
this.
Yeah, we'll rethink
the dynamic.
The dynamic.
Yeah. I'm gonna kill you, Ruth. I swear I am going to.
Oh, don't you be absurd, Rupert. You simply don't have it in you.
I'm not talking about using a gun or a knife. Nothing so simple as that. But you can be sure that I'm going to get you.
Rupert, I really think you meant that.
Believe me, Ruth. I mean it.
Howdy. Hope you boys are doing okay today. What with the sun being so dang hot and all. Headed out over the desert?
Just headed up to,
Keith, I'm sure this old man isn't interested.
Oh, I wasn't trying to pry. Sometimes I guess I get overly curious. You know, I'm the last gas station before the next town. A couple hours away.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And hey, after you put the gas in, how about emptying the cash drawer for me?
You sure you want me to do that?
Believe me, old man, I'm very sure.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so late.
Oh, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, you stupid little dumb piece of...
Please don't do this. I couldn't help the traffic.
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
It seems like you actually have fun doing this, and it's so refreshing to listen to these stories and go, holy crap, these guys are demented, because with some of the stuff they put out there, and then you talk to them like you're doing right now, and you go, wait, this isn't what I heard on YouTube last night when I was going to bed. What is this? So
We're not crazy. We just have overactive imaginations.
Yeah.
And we use them fervently.
So one of my favorite episodes is actually one in the second season or third, Rampage.
Rampage. Oh, yeah.
She did such a fantastic job. And you were talking about being politically correct and all that, especially with what's going on with the gun violence. This is a story about a woman who's killing people with a knife on the street.
I know that it was you!
Lady, I'm just a cab driver.
Admit it! It was you!
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Maybe you will remember this?
Hey, lady. Put that knife down. I'll give you anything you want.
How about your life?
But after I'd written it, she edited it, we did it, I put it together, and I was listening to it, I don't know, a few weeks ago, just driving home, and I actually started crying at the end because I was feeling empathy for the character that she was playing. She just did it so well. Because not to give the ending away if you haven't heard it yet.
Don't give the ending away. Make them listen.
Yeah, you have to listen to the ending. But it really, even though I wrote it, her performance is what kind of got me to that level. And then, of course, it happened to you when you did It Will Drive You Crazy. And Dave.
Oh, yes. I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, set me up, Ray.
Hey, Miss Greenberg. Haven't seen you in here for a few weeks. Working on another blockbuster?
I suppose you could call it that. I actually took your advice and I wrote a script.
Hey, that's great. Any chance of letting me read it?
Actually, I was kind of hoping that you would. I need an outsider's opinion before I show it to anyone else.
So you're asking for my honest opinion?
I would not expect any lies from you.
Miss Greenberg, I consider you a friend. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings if
it's not any good. When you're a producer, you don't have any ego to bruise. Don't worry, Ray. No matter what you think of it, you'll still be my friend. Hello?
Emma!
Ray, what time is it?
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore.
Ray? It's 3 a.m. What's wrong?
I just wanted to warn you. Don't come down to the bar.
It's 3 a.m. I have no intention of...
Blood. It's everywhere. So much blood.
Ray, are you okay?
I read your script. It really got to me. It made me do things. Horrible things. I used an axe. I can't believe all the blood.
Okay.
Ray.
Well,
Yes,
Ray.
the character Ray.
His name was Dave, but yes, I love
Okay.
him. He's my friend.
He's your friend. What episode would you say is the one that, if you're gonna, because you were like, should we really go back to Harvest? Well, I'm always one that always likes to start at number 1. But for you, what would be the one that you would say, if you really want to see what we're all about, start with this episode? And I want you both to give me an answer on this.
They're so different. They're so different.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
we love them all.
there's like horror in some, and then there's like mystery and thriller and vampires and werewolves, and there's like different pieces and parts and witches and craziness.
I think if you wanted to, just randomly start with one to basically hear a good technical and a good performance, it would have to be The Woods.
The Wonderful Woods. That's what I was thinking.
Which was, I think, second season.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't know the number.
Oh, aren't the trees lovely this time of year, Elliot?
I only came out here because I thought I might be able to talk some sense into you.
The breeze, like a lover's kiss.
It is simply a matter of a signature. All you have to do is sign the divorce papers.
But isn't it just lovely to take a walk through the woods?
I must admit, you are still good at doing that.
What am I good at?
Stalling.
Is that what I'm good at, Elliot?
Every time that we needed to discuss something important, you found such great ways to divert the subject.
Oh, look! A butterfly!
Just sign the damn papers!
Did you ever love me? Even for one precious moment?
Just sign the papers, please.
Not even for one solitary moment?
Not even for one moment.
You never loved me? You never loved me? But you will always be with me.
Yeah, I think it was no, it wasn't the second season.
Second season,
Yes, it
episode
was.
3.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was the second season because we did that one to get a little personal. We both caught the virus. Her a little more than me, and
Yeah, I was hospitalized. It was crap, man.
it was it was horrible. And she came off that. We did the Wonderful Woods while she was still on oxygen.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
It was a rough one, but I loved it. It was so much fun, and I couldn't not. Like, what am I gonna do? Just lay in bed all day, being like, "Oh, I'm sick." Ooh. No, gotta get shit done.
She's a trooper.
She's
a trooper.
I think we would both agree the Wonderful Woods would be the one to actually start with.
Yeah.
Just to
see some stories.
And I will say this to anyone who's listening to this right now or watching this, listen to all of them. Honestly, I've been going through them and they have been fantastic. I know one just released today. And I literally saw it was literally got dropped while we started recording this. So I'm like, I'm missing a new episode already. So I have to, I need to stop the conversation and listen to it. But
there has to be some kind of a connection.
Did you ever stop to think that maybe we're dealing with an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychopath?
You better hope not, Ferraro.
He's bound to slip up sometime. And when he does, I'll be there to catch him.
I wouldn't count on it.
Sydney Chase was a character I actually wrote for her. It's a Sherlock Holmes kind of thing without the deductive reasoning or anything. Plays a private detective. I play her friend, the doctor.
I have deductive reasoning.
Yeah, I know you do. It was just, we just had so much fun doing it.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love the Sydney Chase ones and the haunting ones because he plays Fred. He plays the little ghost that bless his heart. That's what we say in the South. Bless his heart. Yeah, I'm here.
Get out of here, Fred.
I'm telling you, I'm the one that is supposed to be here, not you.
Now, just a minute. This is my home. Do you understand? My wife and I just signed the mortgage yesterday, and as you can see, we have a lot of unpacking to do.
I don't know what to tell you. I was assigned this address, and once I'm here, well, I can't leave.
What kind of a nut are you?
A tough one to crack. Oh, I'm sorry. But there is no choice in this matter. The head office had given me orders. I am now the resident ghost.
Be going to, because I'm looking at some of your numbers for some of your episodes, and they are freaking fantastic. I'm jealous of what you get, and I'm like send something my way. Like, can I come on the show just to promote myself for 5 minutes?
Sure.
Like, you can kill me off, you can have me abducted by aliens, do whatever you need to.
Hi, I'm Chris Brown. I have a
Exactly. I'm Chris Brown, not the rapper. I did not beat up Rihanna. It's okay. And then we can go from there. Yes, I know. You said that joke probably when you heard who was.
I said, do you know how I know that his real name is Chris Brown? Because nobody would stick to that name if it was a fake name. I'm sorry. I love your name.
Oh, I ran for politics once, and everyone compared me to that Chris Brown. Oh, do you beat up women? I'm like, oh god. So,
oh man.
When he first mentioned it, I was like, isn't that the guy that gave Rihanna a black eye or something? And he's like, no, it's not that one.
No.
As you can tell, I'm white. So, but
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare.
This is a warm welcome
And hurrah from Crimson
and Swan. And we would like to thank
to the highest of heavens
everyone who has ever been involved as a voice for our channel.
You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, while our channel may not be for everyone,
we hope that everyone enjoys. And a ginormous thanks to Chris Brown for enduring us on his channel.
And yes, Chris, we can always use another voice actor
to kill off in one of our stories.
You
are more than welcome here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It is close to bedtime, but your mind is still racing. You need some kind of distraction. You sit in your comfortable chair, a dim light illuminating the living room. On a small table beside you sits a magic box. With the click of a switch, you transport yourself into another world.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond.
Dark fantasy.
Murder at midnight.
The Strange Dr. Weird.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
A world of complete imagination, where you have the pictures, you listen enthralled and feel the shivers begin to run up your spine. This was the horror of radio.
This is KDKA of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
In October 1920, Westinghouse obtained a commercial broadcasting authorization from the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Navigation. On November 2nd, 1920, KDKA transmitted its first scheduled broadcast.
We shall now broadcast the election returns. We are receiving these returns through the cooperation and by special arrangements with the Pittsburgh Post and Sun. We'd appreciate it if anyone hearing this broadcast would communicate with us, as we are very anxious to know how far the broadcast is reaching and how it is being received. While we're waiting for the returns to come in over the telephone, direct from the Post and Sun, I'll give you the list of offices in today's presidential election. Here they are. Some 30 million Americans are electing a president of the United States, a vice president, 34 United States senators, 435 members of the House of Representatives, governors of 34 states, and thousands of minor offices.
The station went on to provide regular programming thereafter. It was first to broadcast professional baseball by announcing the game between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies on August 5th, 1921. On October 8, 1921, KDKA aired the first live football game between West Virginia University and the University of Pittsburgh. By 1924, there were over 600 commercial broadcast stations in the U.S.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
On March 12, 1933, President Roosevelt used the broadcast radio to speak directly to the nation in the first of his famous fireside chats to help the country manage the Great Depression.
My friends, I want to talk for a few minutes with the people of the United States about banking. To talk with the comparatively few who understand the mechanics of banking, but more particularly with the overwhelming majority of you who use banks for the making of deposits and the drawing of checks. I want to tell you what has been done.
I understand he was actually sitting in a room at the White House next to a fireplace during the broadcast. He went on to hold about 30 of these chats, giving the public unprecedented access to a president's policies and decision-making. December 7th, 1941, KGU in Honolulu, Hawaii broadcast several hours of live updates during the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor.
KGU in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am speaking from the roof of the Advertiser Publishing Company building. We have witnessed this morning the distant view, a brief battle off Pearl Harbor, and a severe bombing of Pearl Harbor by enemy planes, undoubtedly Japanese. The city of Honolulu has also been attacked, and considerable damage.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Millions of Americans tuned in to hear Harry Truman announce Germany's unconditional surrender in World War II.
I wish that Franklin D. Roosevelt had lived to see this day. General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
They tuned in when Martin Luther King Jr. gave his I Have a Dream speech.
Even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. Yes. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream.
And Neil Armstrong's first words on the moon.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The one thing that radio is most remembered for was the entertainment. News and sports were pretty much a given, but being able to sit in the comfort of your own home and be entertained by top performers of the day was truly remarkable. On May 21st, 1931, people tuned into something that was very different from the news, sports, and music.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you.
The Witch's Tale premiered and became the very first radio horror anthology program.
107-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business.
Old Nancy, the hostess, was played first by stage actress Adelaide Fitz-Allen. After her death, the role was taken over by then 13-year-old Miriam Wolfe. The stories were mostly original, written by the creator Alonzo Dean Cole, but there were a few adaptations.
What do you want of me?
To show you my home, Frankenstein. This barren cave up on the mountainside, exposed to the winds and howling beasts. Here I, the monster you created, live, whilst you reside in comfort. I want to show you my solitude, whilst you are planning marriage.
I thought you dead.
You made me too strong. The fall you had had killed me could not destroy my body. I simply disappeared from man because man has shut me out. Even you cannot bear to look at my repulsive being. Even you, my maker. You, my God.
Maybe it's got some way to get in.
You barred every outside door and shut at every window.
Ah!
In the next room.
There's a light in the hole in that shutter.
It squeezed through and broke the pane. With that heavy door key.
It's coming this way.
Shut the door, quick.
Too late. It slipped by me. Get away from me. Away.
Shoot it.
Oh, bullets don't stop it, and it's almost 6 o'clock. It's got me in the corner, and I can't get away.
Here, keep your wits. It's only a hand. You can throw it off like you did before. Then we'll find some way to destroy it. Good Lord! It's pulling that tabletop under the lamp.
The lamp is falling. The oil's on the clothes. I'm burning.
You gotta save him, Bert. Even a dog can't die like that. I can't get to him. There's a wall of flame between.
The clock. The clock.
Oh, he's shot himself.
The series ran until June of 1938 over the Mutual Radio Network, as well as being syndicated. It ushered in the age of radio horror. But in 1938, the real horror hit home.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
October 30th, 1938, Orson Welles, who had already made a name for himself with his Mercury Theater and playing the dual role of Lamont Cranston, alias The Shadow, on radio, began the third play in a radio series on CBS.
Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment.
In the hour that was to follow, the nation panicked. Police lines were overloaded with calls from frightened citizens. People looked to the skies for spacecrafts. But what could have caused such a panic? Simply that hardly anyone heard the opening to the War of the Worlds. Instead, they tuned into a very popular program on NBC called The Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy Show.
The makers of Chase & Sanborn coffee, the superb blend you know is fresh, present the Chase & Sanborn Hour, and your host, Don Amici.
This is Don Amici, rounding up the Chase & Sanborn gang and greeting you for all of them.
Hey. What's going on here?
Oh, well, Charlie, Judy only meant that...
Yeah, I heard what she said. I heard.
Oh, shucks, Charlie. I was only complimenting you. Why, you ain't got nothing against me, have you?
No, but I can very easily develop something.
Oh, now, listen here. Now, that's too bad, Charles M. You see, I was hoping that I and you could sort of kind of get together like, you know. I started to like you.
You do?
I sure do.
Bergen, get your gun.
Never mind, Charlie. I'm sure you'll feel better when you know that our guest tonight is one of our mutual friends honoring us with a return visit, the lovely Madeline Carroll.
Oh, Madeline, da-da-da-dum-da-da.
Thanks, Charlie, but we'll let Nelson Eddy do the singing. And it's the rousing, rip-roaring Song of the Vagabonds from the Vagabond King.
The opening singer that night, while popular, was doing one of his more unpopular tunes. So people did what they tend to do today. They changed the channel to CBS and heard...
The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene. We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
I guess that's it. Yes, I guess that's the thing directly in front of me, half buried in a vast pit. Spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow.
He's moving! Keep back! Keep those men back! Keep back! Keep those idiots back!
Ladies,
off! The top's loose! Go, Dad! Stand back!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Something I can see coming out of that black hole, two luminous discs. The eyes, it might be a face, might be almost... Good heavens, something wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one, and another one, and another one. They look like tentacles to me. Oh, yeah, I can see the thing's body. Now it's large as a bear. It glistens like wet leather, but its face,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain's conferring with someone. Can't quite see who. Ah, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object, while the captain and two policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. A humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Oh, Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
After that, the imagination took over. Radio horror was now in its heyday. In the fall of 1933, NBC writer Willis Cooper conceived the idea of, quote, a midnight mystery serial to catch the attention of the listeners at the witching hour, end quote. The idea was to offer listeners a dramatic program late at night, at a time when the competition was mostly airing music. At some point, the serial concept was dropped in favor of an anthology format emphasizing crime thrillers and the supernatural. The first series of shows, each about 15 minutes long, ran on a local NBC station, WNER, at midnight, Wednesdays, starting in January of 1934. By April, the series proved successful enough to expand to a half an hour. In January 1935, the show was discontinued in order to ease Cooper's workload. He was then writing scripts for the network's prestigious Immortal Dramas program, but was brought back by huge popular demand a few weeks later. After a successful tryout in New York City, the series was picked up by NBC in April of 1935 and broadcast nationally, usually late at night and always on Wednesdays.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody.
Cooper stayed on the program until June of 1936, when another Chicago writer, Arch Obler, took over.
It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
There wasn't any place for anyone to hide. I saw that stone. It seemed to come down out of the air. So slowly.
Florence, if you don't stop talking like that...
You remember what Edna said? It throws things.
Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me the jitters.
She said the poltergeist throws things. Spirit of evil.
Florence, Rob, have you gone crazy, too?
Why should we laugh at things like that? What right have we got to laugh? How do we know there aren't powers we can't see or understand? Powers of evil that revenge an insult just like an evil man. Kay, how do we know?
What are you talking like that for? What are you trying to scare me for? You're supposed to be the most intelligent one of us all. You with your college degrees. Sure, I danced on the grave, but the dead are dead and they can't revenge a thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I tell you, what?
It's Edna.
Come on.
Edna, we're coming to you. Don't be afraid. We're coming.
Open the door, Florence. It's not locked.
Duck, it won't
Here,
do.
let me. Edna, what is it? What? Oh!
Edna, what? On your head. Oh. Oh. Oh.
A character might be buried, eaten, or skinned alive, vaporized in a ladle of white-hot steel, absorbed by a giant slurping amoeba, have his arm torn off by a robot, or forced to endure torture, beating, or decapitation, always with the appropriate blood-curdling acting and sound effects.
I like concrete, don't you?
Yes, it is clean.
Yes, covers everything. You know how deep that concrete is? 3 feet deep. Yes, ma'am, 3 feet deep. And I just poured it an hour before you honored me with your presence. 3 feet. That'll make a mighty thick slab of stone, won't it, Miss Nord? Thick enough to cover you. Yes, indeed. A fist at the point of the jaw is still a most effective soporific. You're quite a light woman, my dear Miss Nord. Up you go, and in you go. Face down. What an unusual bed you lie in, Miss Nord. Sinking down and down and down. And the concrete will harden, and I guess I will have to get myself a new housekeeper.
Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame? It's that kid who's to blame. Yeah, we read it in the papers. That crazy college kid. There he is. Yes, that's him. That's him. He's to blame. No, let me go, you fools, you. I've done a great thing, a wonderful thing. Created something no one ever thought of. No, let me down. Let me down. Let me down, you fools. I started the problem, but I didn't know this would happen. You can't blame me for a miracle. Throw him in the hole. No.
Yeah, throw him in the hole. He made it.
No, don't throw me down in there. There's no bottom to it. No, no.
Radio horror continued and became more and more popular. One of the most memorable programs was created by Hyman Brown and premiered on January the 7th, 1941.
Hello. Hello. Oh, there you are. I was afraid for a moment that you had forgotten our appointment. Why, you almost scared me to death. And that won't do after all the pains I've taken to scare you. You remember me, don't you? I'm your host on behalf of the makers of Carter's Pills. And you're to be my guest tonight in the mysterious circle of the inner sanctum.
The program's familiar and famed audio trademark was the eerie creaking door which opened and closed the broadcast. Hyman Brown got the idea from a door in the basement that squeaked like hell.
I was doing Dick Tracy, and it was very, very successful. And in those days, we had live sound effects. I'm talking about the late 30s. So you'd have a whole series of doors. There was a door for when you went into the bank, and then there was a door when you went into a farmhouse. Then there was a screen door, and there was a jail door. There was one door where the hinges were gone and the door was practically gone that squeaked and creaked. And I would use that when we were doing a Mysterioso type of storyline. That door was door number 11B or some such thing, and I would write down, bring that door to the studio that day. But that door really talked to me. That door said, make me a star. I had a show called The Creaking Door. And he loved The Creaking Door. But he said, I don't like the title. Don't ask me why. It put some ideas in his head, I suppose. I don't know. And out of just sheer nonsense, because I was a kid then, 1940. I was really young at this. I said, there were a series of I saw an ad in the New Yorker magazine, which had just begun in 1928, and was beginning to become a very important magazine, for a Simon & Schuster series of mysteries, detective stories called Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Oh, he said, that'd be a great title. Inner Sanctum, the creaking door. You go in, and you don't know what's on the other side of the door, said I. Fine. So now I had to get the rights to Sanctum Mysteries, which I went and got from Simon & Schuster. We plugged a book every other week or some such thing. They gave me all the rights to Inner Sanctum.
In all, 526 episodes were broadcast. The use of a host was to be copied by many other programs.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctum once again. Come in. Our little place may not be a mansion, but it has its advantages. For one thing, it's thoroughly scare condition. The scream pipes are always in good working order, and the rent's quite reasonable. We get a cut rate.
What do you want?
I'm from police headquarters. You better let me in.
What do you want?
I want some information about that dog that was buried in your garden.
You're crazy.
Who buried it there?
There's no dog in my garden.
Was there a dog in the house?
I don't know.
You'd better answer my questions, Mr. Adams, unless you prefer going to jail.
I don't know anything.
Who killed Mrs. Putnam?
Everybody. Everybody hated her.
What do you mean by that?
Everyone in that house wanted her to die. Her brother cursed her. Williamson might have poisoned her.
What about you?
Me? I didn't hate her anymore. He promised to leave all her money to me.
Oh? Why?
Well, it was her only sign of repentance.
I washed the knife. Quickly, but carefully. Very quickly, but very carefully. Didn't take long. The stains hadn't hardened much. The brown stain.
Carl?
Yes?
Someone to see you. A man.
What does he want?
He didn't say, except that it was in... He said he's a lieutenant. A Lieutenant Gregg. From the police.
Oh, well, now it's really time to close that squeaking door until next Tuesday. So, until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. Unfortunate.
One of the longest-running anthology programs was Suspense.
Suspense.
Alfred Hitchcock directed its audition show for the CBS summer series Forecast. This was an adaptation of The Lodger, filmed by Hitchcock in 1926.
This is Hollywood and CBS presenting Forecast number 4. Herbert Marshall, directed by Alfred Hitchcock in the first program of a proposed new series entitled Suspense. Tonight's Forecast program, ladies and gentlemen, represents the ideal form of collaboration. Mr. Alfred Hitchcock, brilliant English director of such outstanding motion pictures as The 39 Steps, Rebecca, and Foreign Correspondent, was eager to create a very special type of radio drama, the suspense story. As narrator and star for his production, he thought at once of the distinguished actor with whom he had been associated in countless British film successes, Herbert Marshall. Mr. Marshall suggested that they dramatize a certain favorite story of his. And that story happened to be the very one Mr. Hitchcock had had in mind. Mrs. Bella Clown's classic in Chills, The Lodger.
Both Marshall and Hitchcock decided on the same story to bring to the airways, which happened to be a favorite of both of them, The Lodger. Alfred Hitchcock had filmed the story in 1926, and since then, it had remained as one of his favorites.
And now, Mr. Kenneth, I understand you heard this man speak.
Oh, yes. He had a rather high, hesitating voice. An educated man, I would judge, but quite mad.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as he emerged from the fog, he was talking aloud to himself. Believe me, sir, he was reciting scriptures from the Bible.
Herbert Marshall portrayed the mysterious lodger, and co-starring with him were Edmund Gwynn and character actress Lorraine Tuttle as the rooming housekeepers who start to suspect that their new boarder might be the notorious Jack the Ripper.
Oh, Bunting, tell me, Bunting. Where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where?
Why, whom?
Oh, listen to me. Try to understand. Sleuth is the Avenger.
What are you saying?
Oh, Lodger, he's the Avenger, Bunting. Oh, but there's no time for that. Daisy's in danger. Hurry! Hurry!
Yes. Daisy! Daisy!
Adapting the script to radio was not a great technical challenge for Hitchcock, and he cleverly decided to hold back the ending of the story from the listening audience in order to keep them in suspense themselves. This way, if the audience's curiosity got the better of them, they would write into the network to find out whether the mysterious lodger was in fact Jack the Ripper.
She's not here. What about the dining room?
Look, she's not there. She's not downstairs.
Then there's just his room. Go on. Open the door.
Hundreds of letters came in from faithful listeners asking how the story ended. Actually, a few wrote threats claiming that it was indecent and immoral, end quote, to present such a production without giving the solution.
Okay, Mr. Hitchcock. Crack, cut, and clear.
Did you say cut? What's the idea, Hitch? I have a few more lines to do.
As Mr. Marshall, the narrator, you have, not as Mr. Sleuth, the lodger.
Hitch, you can't stop the play right here. It isn't fair, you know.
Why isn't it, Bart?
What became of Mr. Sleuth?
Oh, him. Why, he left that afternoon. They never saw him again. And now I think we ought to say something about the Columbia forecast so far.
Will you please...
Stop him, Mr. Marshall. Hitch, listen to me.
Yes? What is it?
They want to know when the Avenger finally was caught.
Oh, well, let me ask you something, Bart. Are you acquainted with Loretta Young?
Yes, what's that got to do with it?
Well, in next week's Columbia preview series, Miss Young will take the starring role in the drama of an American Red Cross nurse. That's good news, isn't it?
Oh, that's great. But now listen, Hitch, you've just got to tell that audience exactly when and how Mr. Sleuth was caught.
Caught? Why on earth should he be caught?
Why? Well, he was the Avenger, wasn't he?
Was he?
Suspense would run until 1962, with 945 original broadcasts. The most popular of these, originating 7 times throughout the series, was a play titled Sorry, Wrong Number.
Let it ring. Let it go on ringing. It's a trick of some kind. It's a trick of some kind. I won't answer it. I won't, even if it goes on ringing all night. I won't answer it. I won't answer it. Now, what's the matter? Why did they stop ringing all of a sudden? What time is it? Where's my clock? Oh, where did I put it? It's 5 to 11. They've decided something. They're sure I'm home. They've heard my voice answer them just now. That's why they've been ringing me. Why no one has answered me.
If the actress playing the lead role sounds familiar, then you probably remember a TV series titled Bewitched. That is indeed Agnes Moorehead, who played the part of Samantha Stevens' mother in Dora.
Your call, please.
Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer at once? Give me the police department. Oh.
I'm sorry, the line is busy. I will call you.
Busy? But that's impossible. The police department can't be busy. There must be other lines available.
The line is busy. I will try to get them for you later.
No, I've got to speak to them now. It may be too late. I've got to talk to someone.
What number do you wish to speak to, please?
I don't know, but there must be someone to protect people inside the police department. A detective agency.
You will find agencies listed in the classified directory.
But I don't have a classified. I mean, I'm too nervous to look it up, and I don't know how to use the directory.
I will connect you with information. Perhaps they will be able to help you.
No. Oh, you're being spiteful, aren't you? You don't care, do you, what happens to me? I could die and you wouldn't care. Oh, stop it! Stop it! I can't stand anymore.
The play was written by Lucille Fletcher, who also penned another popular suspense outing titled The Hitchhiker.
I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I would run him down. But I didn't see him again. I didn't see him until late next afternoon. I stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma to let a train pass by. When he appeared across the tracks, leaning against a telephone pole. Perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. And something went wrong with the car. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell ringing and the cry of its whistle. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning me to my death.
The lead role was portrayed by Orson Welles, and later it would be adapted by Rod Serling for his TV series, The Twilight Zone.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Another notable series was produced, written, and directed by Willis Cooper, who had created Lights Out. The show's star and announcer was Ernest Chappell. It debuted on the Mutual Network June 8, 1947 through June of 1949, with a total of 106 shows.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell.
The most notable? A show entitled The Thing on the Horrible Board.
And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. And I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the horrible board. No, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. But there was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. And then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, what can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the horrible board with the thing.
There would then be a plethora of programs introduced to cause the spine to tingle and the listener to lose sleep.
Sleep no more. Sleep no more. Turn down the lights. Sink back in your chair and don't look into the shadows. In the shadows, there may be moving things. Tonight, it may be, you will sleep no more.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can.
Dark fantasy.
I am the man who came back.
The creaking door.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out.
Can the dead return to life? Listen to the Weird Circle.
Many famous actors and actresses were featured in various productions. Vincent Price, Bela Lugosi, and Peter Lorre all had their own series.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
Many other horror anthology programs were scattered across the country, airing only on the West Coast or were more localized.
I'm the Whistler.
It is a quarter of an hour until midnight. Time for us to go to the Black Chapel. Each Friday evening we come to this remote spot, a place of mystery and terror, where a gaunt-hooded figure appears and sits at the keyboard of the ruined old organ, mumbling and gibbering his fantastic tales as his talon hands grip the cracked.
Little do they know.
There were plenty of detective dramas and even science fiction, but the horror programs were always favored. Along came the 60s, and radio drama had all but died out. With the last play of Suspense airing on September 30th, 1962, radio was regulated back to music, news, and sports.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
Until Hyman Brown, creator of Inner Sanctum in the 1940s, came along yet again.
We're going to be on the air 7 nights a week with a 53-minute complete mystery drama each night. 7 nights a week. Never in the history of radio broadcasting did anybody attempt to do a series 7 nights a week. The idea was one of many that I had in my heart and in my gut for the last 5, 6, 8 years, and I've been trying with networks and with agencies to make them realize that radio drama is one of the most unique forms of entertainment in the world of theater, in the world of communication. And they somehow didn't respond to me. You must know from all that happens on your program and the responses you get that radio drama offers a listener something which they could not conceivably get in theater, in motion pictures, or in television. Your imagination, you, yourself, your fantasy, comes to the spoken word, and you create a unique form of identification, a unique relationship to what's happening, and it enhances. I call it color radio. You can do anything you want with your imagination once I lead you to the point of exercising that imagination.
The creaking door was opening again, and in 1974, Thrills and Chills, The Fear You Could Hear, returned. Broadcasting 7 nights a week, the CBS Radio Mystery Theater had 1,399 original episodes over a 9-year period.
Cold, bitter cold, the smell, decayed. No, he's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Folger, did your men find anything else?
Just the grass. It's curious, Tom.
I don't see anything, Klaus.
Yes, you do, Tom, but it doesn't mean anything to you. We weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened. And there's a same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank here?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out.
It's hard to see because there's a storm brewing. I see the leaves blowing and the trees bending. There's something else. A figure. A woman.
Oh, please, I mustn't slip or fall. He's following me. I know he's following. Oh, dear God, help me.
I see something glowing. A dress, yes. It's a dress, a long dress. The girl is holding it up as she's running. I have to catch it.
He's gaining. He's closer. I can see the gleam of the knife.
The dress. What color is the dress, David? Can you see? She's gone now. Gone. The color of the dress. Was it white? No. Not white. It was yellow. A yellow dress with a pale matching scarf and a lace handkerchief. The handkerchief is white, but the dress is yellow.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
With its success, there proceeded even more radio anthologies.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. welcome. I'm Tom Bosley, bringing you the world of adventure, the world of your imagination, a world as vast as the universe, which you can enjoy through the magic of radio. All you need to do is listen.
The Price of Fear. Brought to you by Vincent Price.
Hello there. You might be aware that as an actor, I've become associated almost entirely with what are known as horror movies.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery and suspense. Tomorrow, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. Friday, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today with Lorne Greene as your host. And on Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Three girls on an island in the Aegean Sea, looking for a good time. The wine is cheap, and the ancient sun is blazing hot. It's the same sun which beat down on Poseidon when he made these islands from mountains he tore from the mainland. But these are modern times. It wouldn't do to ruminate too much on the antics of the gods of a bygone age. Not a good idea at all.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Within the far reaches of deep space, there remain unknown planets, journeys into galaxies yet uncharted. Stellar exploration is the newfound adventure. High above Earth's windy skies, 1,000 miles in space, a large wheeling disk lazily drifts in orbit. A space station whose official designation is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory. To those living and working aboard, it is simply called Starlab. Their lives and adventures become our story on the threshold of alien worlds.
Public broadcasting played a major role in the revival of radio drama, as well with the success of the Star Wars movies.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
She sounds smooth, Luke.
Yeah, I worked on her all day yesterday.
Well, listen, if you're planning on doing any racing, you can count me out, Skywalker. Tatooine is no academy, and you're no star pilot.
Not yet, anyway. Well, I adjusted the thrust sequence for extra boost. You better hang on to your seat.
Radio, The Maze, by Stuart Farrar.
There were imports from the BBC, the most successful being
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, by Douglas Adams, starring Peter Jones as The Book.
The story so far. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. Many races believe that it was created by some sort of god, though the Jatravatid people of Viltfodel 6 firmly believe that the entire universe was in fact sneezed out of the nose of a being called the Great Green Arkelseizure. The Jatravatids, who live in perpetual fear of the time they call the coming of the Great White Handkerchief, are small blue creatures with more than 50 arms each, who are therefore unique in being the only race in history to have invented the aerosol deodorant before the wheel.
However, as it happened in the 60s, radio drama seemed to die out. There were the stations that carried the old-time radio shows, but original programming had all but died away.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare.
With the internet and YouTube, there are now several creators and channels dedicated to not only playing the original old radio programs like Inner Sanctum, The Mysterious Traveler, and others, but an entirely new generation of artists who have come together to revitalize the theater of the mind. So the next time you just can't find anything to watch, try exercising your imagination.
Oh, well, now it's really time to close that squeaking door until next Tuesday. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. You have been listening to The Horror of Radio, written and directed by Winslow Swan. This has been a presentation of Doorway to Nightmare. Thanks to the many contributors who have kept the art of radio drama alive, especially the horror of radio.
the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. In 1818, a novel was published anonymously in London when the author was only 20 years old. Her name appeared on the second edition, which was published in Paris in 1821, and has been heralded as the first science fiction story. The author was Mary Shelley, and her creation, the modern Prometheus, or by its more common name, Frankenstein, has never been forgotten.
What? Where am I?
It's okay. You are safe.
I got lost. I was hiking and somehow... I don't know.
Here, drink this. You are dehydrated.
Thank you. I'm Amelia Dearborn.
Can get you back to your camp, or the highway, whichever you prefer.
You saved my life. Don't I even get to know your name?
We can head out in the morning. There is some food beside you if you are hungry.
You had it so dark in here. Where are we? It's like some kind of a cave.
It is my home.
What is your name?
My father never gave me a name.
But he must have. What did they call you growing up?
They only called me Monster.
Storm seems to be getting stronger.
It should pass in about an hour.
I've always been just a little scared of thunder, lightning storms in general. It's so silly. At least I have you to protect me. Why won't you let me see your face?
I have my reasons.
I'm sure that it is a nice face. Are you afraid that I may see it and instantly fall in love with you? We could set up housekeeping in this cave. It would be so romantic.
Storm is starting to die down. We should be able to head out soon.
Please, though, allow me to see what you look like.
Why is it so important to you?
Because I want to remember the person who saved me.
I'm saving you now. I'm saving you from the horror that is my face.
I don't believe you. I'm sure that it is quite a handsome face.
It is a face that was born in hell.
It can't be that bad. I know your heart is good. Otherwise, you would have left me out there to die. So please, let me see your face.
No! You are a good person, Amelia. I don't want you to remember a monster.
I can't believe that. You are no more a monster than some of the people I've met in my career. So, come on, let me see it.
I said no.
I bet that you have very kind eyes. A slight pout for a mouth.
No!
I bet your hair is long, black, full of curls. Something I could just run my hands through.
I said no!
And a beautiful nose. Very regal. High cheekbones that give your face a very royal look.
Do you really want to see it? Do you want to gloat on the ugliness, the horror? Then behold, look upon me. Feast your eyes. Run. Scream into the night about the monster.
Khalil Gibran said, "Beauty is not in the face, but a light in the heart." I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. The actress Audrey Hepburn once said, "For beautiful eyes, look for the good in others. For beautiful lips, speak only words of kindness. For poise, walk with the knowledge that you are never alone."
You have kind eyes. Eyes that have seen pain and suffering.
Do you not want to run away, screaming in terror?
Why would I do something silly like that?
You are a most remarkable woman.
No more remarkable than anyone else. Some would say that I am a very hard woman.
Why would anyone say that?
Oh, I don't know. I am a defense attorney, so I try to see the good in everyone, even though they may be guilty of some crime.
So why would you defend them if you knew that they were guilty?
Because that is my job. I mean, everyone, no matter who it is considered innocent until proven guilty.
I have never been innocent. I was born, or rather made, evil.
I don't believe that in the least. No one is born evil.
I was created by insanity in the very bowels of hell.
For someone created, you are extremely articulate.
It took some time to become that way.
So what is your name? I mean, who are you?
You would not believe me.
Yes, I would.
Have you ever read a book titled Frankenstein?
By Mary Shelley? Yeah, once in college.
So you only know part of the story. I mean, how she wrote the book.
That has been discussed for many years. Some hold that it was a particularly frightening nightmare that she had, while others say that she saw a face in the window, and it inspired her to write the story.
I was the face in the window.
You do realize how impossible that is.
Nevertheless, it is true. I was the one Mary saw.
But that was over 200 years ago. You can't be that old, or even alive.
And yet, here I stand before you, the monster created by a mad genius and then thrown away.
So, what you are saying, the book Frankenstein is actually
my life story.
It's so impossible.
I saw Mary and the others arrive at the mansion. They were all so young, idealistic. I watched them from the woods with envy. How I wanted to join them, to be human. But I dared not.
Because of the way you looked.
Yes, I was afraid, but not so fearful as to at least catch a glimpse through the window of this beautiful woman.
Love at first sight?
I suppose you could call it that. Mary was the most beautiful woman that I had ever seen. One night, I decided to get a closer look at this woman who had entranced me.
And that was when she saw you.
Yes. But what no one knows is that she came to look for me.
And she found you?
Yes, she did. I tried to hide my ugliness from her, just as I tried with you.
So what you're telling me is that there really was a Victor Frankenstein who created a man out of parts of humans?
Yes, it really was.
But you died at the end, along with Victor. And your revenge against him, killing his fiancée, the child?
Do you believe everything that you read?
I wouldn't be much of a defense attorney if I did.
Part of the story is true. Victor created me and then discarded me as a failed experiment. I was angry. I wanted revenge against him, but I never killed anyone.
So what happened?
I hunted Victor, but he eluded me. I followed him to America, but eventually lost him. I stayed hidden from people, living like an animal.
Sounds like you still want revenge.
I found out Victor did indeed have a family here.
And if you ever found one of these descendants, what would you do?
That is the trouble with revenge. It rarely satiates the appetite. I would want to know if my story, my true story, was ever handed down.
Perhaps I could help you with that.
The old saying goes that when you seek revenge, dig 2 graves, one for yourself. I'll return shortly with Act 3. There is a wonderful, mythical law of nature that the 3 things we crave most in life, happiness, freedom, and peace of mind, are always attained by giving them to someone else, wrote Peyton Conway March. And hasn't that always been the way of the world?
First, we have to give you a name. Now let's see. How about John? No. Too plain. You're definitely not plain. Joe? No, same reason. What do you call yourself?
One time I called myself Legion.
I get it! Because you were made from many parts.
I never found it to be funny.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. Okay, so let's come up with a name. How about... Oh, wait! I've got it! The perfect name. Are you ready?
I'm not sure.
Adam! We shall call you Adam. Don't you see? You are the first, so your name should be Adam.
I do like it. Amelia, why are you doing this?
Perhaps it is because you saved my life. I would have died out there, lost in the forest. Or maybe it's because I see a good man who needs my help now.
You seem to be the kind of person that likes to help others. You remind me of that blind man.
You mean there really was a blind man?
He was kind to me. Without eyes, he could not judge me on my ugliness. He taught me to read, to speak, to know kindness.
But his family...
That was all Mary Shelley's doing.
I didn't mean to imply... I mean... Oh, forget it.
No. Forgive me. I shouldn't lash out at you. We should be heading towards the highway.
Yes, we really should. We have quite a bit of work ahead of ourselves.
What sort of work?
Well, we must do all of this the legal way, which means you have to have a birth certificate, social security number.
And how would I get such things?
Oh, believe me, there are ways.
I was created, not born. And what will I do for money? No, Amelia. I have hidden myself from the world for far too long to change now.
But the world has changed. Are you afraid of what people will say about your face?
Partially, yes. You have no idea the kind of pain that is caused to see little children scream and run in terror from you, to hear men shout and curse you to never know the love of a woman. No, I can never go back.
But people are not like that anymore. According to you, you have lived over 200 years. You don't get out much, do you? But seriously, though, times have changed. People have changed.
Have they? You wouldn't even believe me if I told you.
Did I run screaming into the night?
No, you didn't.
Adam, I have a plan. I want to show you how different the world is now.
The world may be different, but humans will never change.
Then let me prove it to you. Come with me. Let me show you that you can be human. That you can be a man.
I'm afraid, Amelia. Not for myself, but for you.
That's a very human thing to be, Adam.
As Amelia looks into the eyes of Adam, she sees the fear. She touches his hand gently and leads him to the outside world. I'll be back shortly. Mary Shelley described Frankenstein's monster as an 8-foot-tall, hideously ugly creature with translucent yellowish skin pulled so taut over the body that it, quote, barely disguised the workings of the vessels and muscles underneath, end quote. The monster had watery, glowing eyes, flowing black hair, black lips, and prominent white teeth. Shelley also described the monster as emotional and attempting to fit into human society, but being shunned, which leads him to seek revenge against Frankenstein. Our cast included Mick Davis and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now a preview of Part 2 of The Trials of Frankenstein.
Oh yes, I know exactly who you are and what you are.
If you do know, then what do you want of me?
What does any great scientist want? To gain knowledge, my friend.
And you think that you can learn something from me?
Oh, I am positive that I can learn everything from you.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
I'm Amelia. Amelia Dearborn.
They only called me monster.
Allow me to see what you look like.
Look upon me. Scream into the night about the monster.
What you are saying, the book Frankenstein is actually...
my life story.
Adam! We shall call you Adam.
Amelia, why are you doing this?
Perhaps it is because you saved my life. I would have died out there, lost in the forest.
I'm afraid, Amelia. Not for myself, but for you.
That's a very human thing to be, Adam.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. There have been a number of adaptations of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, from movies to television and even radio and stage plays. As I have watched, read, and seen many of them, I find myself having more sympathy for the monster.
Well, here we are. Home sweet home.
Please, Amelia, don't turn on the lights.
It's okay, Adam. I've already seen your face, and I'm not afraid. I have felt your heart. It will be fine.
I am not used to such kindness.
Well, I believe you will get used to it. It is a different world now.
You have a very lovely home, Amelia.
Now then, on to business. First thing in the morning, I'm going to call Judge Stevens. And don't worry, he's an old friend. And then, we're going to get you some new clothes.
Won't it be difficult to find clothes for an 8-foot giant?
I can just go to the Big and Tall store on 9th. I'm sure they will have anything that will fit you.
Why, Amelia?
I don't understand the question, Adam.
Why do you feel... You think that you have to help me?
You showed me kindness, Adam. You helped me. You saved my life. I only want to repay your kindness.
You must forgive me for being so suspicious of you. I have never met anyone like you in my entire existence.
Well, I haven't heard that one before. Believe me, Adam, I am not the only one. Now, let's get something to eat and get some rest. It's going to be a very busy day tomorrow.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Adam? Are you okay?
Anthony McCarthy is interested in more than just a good...
Amelia, what a wonderful machine!
No trouble.
It will only rot that remarkable brain of yours.
Why did you turn it off?
As you told me once, don't believe everything you read. Well, don't believe everything you see on that thing either. My daddy told me once to never believe anything you hear and only half of what you see. Besides, you need to get dressed. I hope everything fits.
Well, what do you think?
Ah! You look very dapper.
The shirt is a bit tight.
Don't worry about that. I can fix it. You really are looking quite handsome. I suppose no one's ever told you that. And I never lie.
Please, Amelia.
No, really.
I'm 8 feet tall. Look at the size of my hands. I'm clumsy. I'm a freak.
Don't ever say that. You are a beautiful soul. When or if the whole world puts you down, never put yourself down. Now, let me go get ready, and we shall leave.
Go? Go where?
You are about to be introduced.
Amelia, I don't think it's a good idea to...
To show you off? To have a handsome man on my arm? To allow my friends to see an educated, sophisticated man about town.
I don't get it.
Oh, it's a quote from a movie. Never mind. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I still don't get it. Where are we going?
A dinner party. Given by a friend, or more of an acquaintance.
Do you think this is a good idea?
I think it's a wonderful idea. Now, don't worry. You're gonna be fine. I will be right by your side.
I thought you said it was a small party.
Quit worrying. Okay, so there are a little more people here than I thought would be. It's going to be...
Amelia, I was hoping that you would be able to join us.
Thank you for inviting me, Dr. Frankens.
I had to have someone here that was at least a pleasure to talk to. Most of these academians are extremely boring.
I'm sure that it isn't as bad as all that.
And who have you brought with you?
Oh, forgive me, Dr. Frankens. This is Adam. Adam Smith. He's my cousin, visiting from Boston.
Well, any cousin of Amelia's is definitely a friend of mine.
A pleasure to meet you. What are you staring at?
Oh, forgive me, dear fellow. You see, I suffer from a horrendous disease. I'm a rather brilliant surgeon, so I tend to notice, imperfections.
I see that Miss Harris is here. I thought she never went to parties.
As long as there's free food and drinks, she will always be there. Now, unfortunately, I must tear myself away from you and greet my other guests, as tedious as that can be. I shall speak to you later. Good to meet you, Mr. Smith.
That went better than I thought it would.
Afraid I was going to start rampaging?
Of course not, silly.
Who is Dr. Frankens to you?
Nothing. As I told you, he's more of an acquaintance. Why do you ask?
He looks familiar. Like I have seen him somewhere before.
Dr. Frankens walking through the woods is about as improbable as you running for mayor.
No, not in the forest. There is something about his eyes. I've seen that look before. I remember those eyes.
There is an old saying, those who don't remember the past are doomed to repeat it. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The Frankenstein Castle. Oh yes, it exists. Is located in Germany. Local legend tells of Johann Dippel, who in 1673 experimented on corpses, had created a monster that was brought to life by a bolt of lightning. But the story has never been proven.
Dr. Frankens, I'm afraid Amelia isn't here at the moment.
Actually, I came to see you, dear fellow. May I come in?
I'm not sure Amelia would want that.
Oh, Amelia and I know each other extremely well.
What can I do for you, Dr. Frankens?
No small talk. No offer for a drink. Very well. Straight to the point. I want you to help me.
In what way could I possibly help you?
Please, let us not fabricate the conversation. I know exactly who you are.
Of course you do, Dr. Frankens. Amelia told you last night. I'm her cousin from Boston.
Did you honestly think that I believed that? Even for one moment? No, dear fellow. I know who you are and what you are.
I think that it would be good time for you to leave.
You are him! You are the... And I apologize for using the word, but the truth is, you are the monster!
You know, then you also know what I am capable of.
Please, there's no need for violence. I only want you to help me in my research.
What do you mean?
Ask yourself, how would I know exactly what and who you are? Simple. My great-grandfather was indeed Victor Frankenstein.
I knew it! I could see it in your eyes.
Now don't panic. Your secret is safe with me. But don't you understand? Coursing through your veins is the secret of life. I am researching the very subject.
And what would you want of me?
I only need a small amount of your blood, nothing major. Perhaps a skin sample, maybe an MRI of your wonderful brain. I only want to study what Victor accomplished.
How do you know about Victor?
The story was handed down throughout the family. Even his notes, well, some of them survived. The most important ones, the secrets, were destroyed, unfortunately.
Rightly so. Nature should never be trifled with, Dr. Frankenstein.
I wear that moniker proudly. You don't understand. I don't want to take you apart. I only need small samples. Think of it. The end of sickness, of death itself.
You sound just like him. A deranged man who failed.
What he did to you, the way he threw you away, is inexcusable. I only want to rectify his mistake. Please, just think about it.
Did you have a good day?
Amelia, how much do you know about Dr. Frankens?
A little self-centered. Definitely full of himself. However, he is a brilliant surgeon. I know that he's proposed to me on several occasions.
Have you ever entertained the thought of being with him?
Ew! Please! He has such a narcissistic personality that there is no way I could ever be with him. Ugh. I even told him to his face what I think of him. That's why we haven't spoken in quite some time. He didn't like it very much. Anyway, why do you ask?
He was here today, while you were at work. Amelia, he knows what I am.
How? How could he possibly know?
Because he is a direct descendant of Victor Frankenstein. Remember? I told you that there was something about his eyes. He admitted it to me today.
What did he want of you? Exactly.
Something about studying my blood. My brain. He is completely insane.
Did you get the samples from yesterday, Elliot?
Yes, Dr. Frankens. All the test results are on your desk.
Wonderful! Hopefully, we will have a test subject very, very soon.
An actual test subject? But how is that possible?
Elliot, you know who my great-grandfather was. You studied his notes. What if I were to tell you that his experiment, the monster, was right here in this town?
But that would make him over 200 years old.
Exactly. Remember the rather large gentleman that Amelia brought to my party?
You're not saying that he is the monster Victor created?
Yes, I am. Imagine what we can learn from such a specimen.
Dr. Frankens, don't you think it is rather unethical? I mean, what sort of tests are you talking about?
I told him I only wanted his blood, samples from his skin, perhaps an MRI. What I want is that remarkable brain.
I'm sure the MRI will give us everything that we need.
Is that the extent of your mind, Elliot? Your so-called scientific curiosity? No, dear fellow. I want to study his brain outside the body.
But that's murder!
Is it? For science, would it be considered murder? Doesn't science sacrifice some things?
Elliot sees the almost glint of insanity in the doctor's eyes. He shudders and wonders what he should do next. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Death has been the greatest mystery since the dawn of man. It has been studied, catalogued, and feared, and yet it holds dominion over all of us.
I'm sorry, Dr. Frankens. I don't mind taking samples, but what you are talking about is cold, calculated murder.
But who am I murdering? A giant of a creature who was killed before?
Damn, the lights are out.
Perhaps it is fortuitous. Sometimes work is done better in the dark. Now, what were we talking about?
You told me that much of Mary Shelley's work was fiction. The creature was presumed dead.
I only go by what I read and believe. He is a killer. Make no mistake about that.
And what does it make you if you do this?
A great scientist! A man whose name, Frankenstein, will no longer be associated with a creature, but will live on in history of science. Think of it, Elliot. We have an opportunity to discover the secret of life, to overcome death. You have the opportunity to help.
By killing?
It's not killing if he wasn't alive to start with. Imagine it, Elliot. An entire race of those creatures. Supermen. Men who cannot die. Do you realize the amount of money the government, any government, or private corporations would throw at us for such a discovery?
I'm sorry, Dr. Frankens. I can't be a part of such madness.
And what will you do? Run out into the street and tell everyone that Amelia's so-called cousin is the monster that my great-grandfather created? Would you like me to measure you for the straitjacket now?
I can at least warn him. Or Amelia.
I don't think that would be wise, Elliot.
And what is there to stop me?
Oh, I really wish you had not said that.
Well, did you enjoy your walk?
Why are you sitting in candlelight?
Power failure. I think it has affected the entire grid.
That explains why it's so dark outside.
Don't worry. I'm sure they'll get it fixed soon. So, how was your walk? Did you enjoy the fresh night air?
Not particularly.
Did someone say something to you?
No, it wasn't that. I've been thinking about the offer that Dr. Franken's made.
And you have come to a decision?
Perhaps. I'm sorry. My mind is not working properly. Before I met you, my only concern was wondering what to fix to eat. I had my library, my solitude. Everything is so complicated now.
Unfortunately, life is complicated. Look, the decision is yours to make. Whatever you decide, I will be right there with you.
If you don't mind, I think I will go and see Dr. Franken's now.
What's your emergency?
Yes. I need the police. An ambulance. Oh, God. He's dead.
Sir, calm down. Can you give me your location?
I can't believe it. Yes. 1275 Cumberland Drive. The large house on the end of the road. Hurry!
I have emergency personnel dispatched to your location. Can you tell me what happened?
My assistant, Dr. Elliot Carpenter, he's dead.
Please, sir, take a deep breath and tell me what happened.
I found him in the lab. He's been killed, and I know who did it.
Police are on the way. They should be there within 5 minutes. Did you actually see the person who did this?
Not the actual killing, no. But I saw him running away from the house. It was Amelia Dearborn's cousin, Adam Smith.
Thomas Jefferson once said, "He who permits himself to tell a lie once finds it much easier to do a second time." As Dr. Frankens waits patiently for the police, he smiles and begins to plan. I'll return shortly with a final word. There have been a number of interpretations of the work of Mary Shelley. Even after 200 years, we still see the many incarnations of the monster. And for some, we see a bit of ourselves in the creature. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rosignol, Madeline Lane, and Raven Adams. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now a preview of the conclusion of the Trials of Frankenstein.
Chained again like an animal.
Please, Adam, please, just calm down. I'm here now.
I warned you, Amelia. People never change.
Adam, just tell me what happened tonight.
Do they not understand how easily I could break these chains, these bars? How I could snap the necks of those stupid people with a simple squeeze of my hands?
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. You just have to remain calm.
I didn't kill him.
And that is what I'm going to prove in court.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure in the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
I'm Amelia Dearborn.
Scream into the night about the monster.
So what you're telling me is that there really was a Victor Frankenstein who created a man out of parts of humans? I want to show you how different the world is now. Well, here we are. Home sweet home.
I was hoping that you would be able to join us.
Thank you for inviting me, Dr. Frankens.
I had to have someone here that was at least a pleasure to talk to. I know exactly who you are.
Amelia, he knows what I am.
I want to study his brain outside the body.
I'm sorry, Dr. Frankens. I can't be a part of such madness.
Oh, I really wish you had not said that. He's been killed, and I know who did it.
Police are on the way. They should be there within 5 minutes. Did you actually see the person who did this?
It was Amelia Dearborn's cousin, Adam. Adam Smith.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Amelia Dearborn, an attorney, was lost in the woods only to be saved by the monster created by Victor Frankenstein over 200 years ago. While trying to introduce him into society, he meets with Dr. Frankens, a direct descendant of the infamous scientist. Dr. Franken's assistant, Elliot, is found dead, and the monster is accused of the murder.
Adam, I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, Amelia. I told you before. I do not fit in your so-called society.
I spoke with the detective. The evidence that they have is, well, flimsy at best.
I swear, Amelia, I did not kill anyone.
This I know, and I believe you. Try not to worry. I've got your back. I will be representing you in court, but first, we have to try and get you a bond hearing as soon as possible.
Perhaps it is best if I simply stay in this cage.
Don't say that! And whatever you do, do not talk to anyone, ever, no matter what they ask of you.
I understand, Amelia. As long as you believe me.
I do. I honestly do. There's something about this whole thing that just doesn't add up.
Amelia, I can only tell you what we found. And believe me, there are more questions than answers at the moment.
Jessica, we've known each other a long time. I considered you a friend.
And I sincerely hope that we can remain friends. Even after this case is over.
Why did you arrest Adam?
Oh, I'm going to level with you, Amelia. This whole case, it just doesn't sit well with me.
You have doubts?
I have major doubts. Unfortunately, Dr. Frankens has a lot of friends within the courts. I was practically forced to arrest Adam.
How is Dr. Frankens involved? I thought it was his assistant that was killed.
Didn't you know? Dr. Frankens found the body. He also claims he saw your client running from the house.
Ah, so he was the first one to find the body. Adam was basically in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Something else that is very strange. We can find no record on an Adam Smith in any database.
That's because he's never been in trouble, ever.
That may be. But right now, He is in a lot of trouble.
How was the victim murdered?
A .22 caliber bullet was pulled from the man's brain. He was shot with a Derringer.
That's a rather small gun, wouldn't you say?
It did the job. The DA is pushing for no bond as well. Adam picked a great night to do it.
Why do you say that?
The entire area lost power. No lights of any kind. Darkness was definitely on his side.
Amelia, what brings you to my humble abode?
May I come in?
Of course.
Dr. Frankens, as you know, I'm representing Adam in the upcoming trial.
Yes. I deeply regret that you are having to face this horrible incident. Adam seemed to be, well, so refined and intelligent.
I understand that you offered him an opportunity. You wanted to study him.
Oh, that. Yes, Amelia. It is true. I noticed the scars on his face. I told him that as a surgeon I could possibly erase those scars, but I would need samples of his blood type, skin, and so on.
And so on. You mean his brain?
I beg your pardon?
I heard that you wanted to do an MRI on his brain.
Oh, yes. Well, I noticed what a large gentleman he was. There have been scientific studies on tall individuals such as Adam. I'm actually following along those lines.
I see. What can you tell me about the night that Elliot was killed?
Oh, it was horrible. I remember the power going out. Elliot was still in the lab downstairs. I heard the gunshot, ran to the lab, and saw the body slumped over the desk. I still remember seeing the blood on his face.
But how do you know it was Adam that pulled the trigger?
Well, I didn't actually see Adam do it. However, when I ran upstairs to phone the police, I did see your client running from the house.
Justice is a temporary thing that must at last come to an end, but the conscience is eternal and will never die, said Martin Luther. Ah, justice, something that is rarely seen, but held on to so fervently. I'll return shortly with Act 2. It has now been 3 months since Adam was arrested for the murder of Elliot. The day of the trial is at hand, and Amelia Dearborn is ready.
All rise. The Honorable Judge Samuel Ridgefield presiding. You may be seated. Now then, is everyone ready? Good. Let the games begin.
How are you holding up, Adam?
It's not going very well, is it?
Now don't get discouraged. The prosecution doesn't have much of a case. Our turn will come after the recess.
I tried to warn you, Amelia. The world does not change. People do not change. In their eyes, I'm still the bloodthirsty creature from their nightmares.
Now just stop that. I told you there was something very wrong about this entire case. I just need to find it.
Perhaps it would be better if I was simply locked away.
I won't have you talking that way. Let me do my job, Adam.
I'm sorry. I trust you. It's the others I don't have faith in. You don't know what it is like being hunted, caged, feared.
No, I don't. And for that, I am sorry. Tell me the truth. What were you doing at Franken's house?
I decided not to help him with his so-called experiments. His eyes. Unnatural. Almost as if he were like me. They held deep within them the madness of Frankenstein.
Ugh. Unnerving. I'm hoping to get some information soon that just may prove your claim.
All right, Miss Dearborn, is the defense ready?
We are, Your Honor.
Then call your first witness.
Your Honor, I would like to recall to the stand the prosecution's witness, Dr. Frankens.
A little unusual, but I will allow it. Dr. Frankens, you understand that you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Frankens, you are considered somewhat of a celebrity in this town, aren't you?
Celebrity? No. Just a surgeon and a research scientist.
I understand that you have contracts with our military. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So you see, I am not allowed to discuss my research.
I would not dream of asking you about it. What I would like to know, Dr. Frankens, is how you managed to see my client running from your house on the night in question.
As I stated before, I looked out the window while I was phoning the police.
How far away would you estimate you were from where you saw my client?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps a few dozen yards.
You have better eyes than I do. I ask you, could you see him clearly?
If you mean, did I see his face? No, I can't say that.
Then how, Mr. Frankens, do you know that it was him?
How many 8-foot-tall men are in this town?
Yes, I see your point. So you do recognize that my client is rather large.
One of the largest men that I have ever come into contact with.
Could you indulge me and describe my client?
Well, he's at least 8 foot tall. Long black hair, a few scars on his face, possibly from an accident.
What about his hands?
No, extremely large.
Would you say twice the size of a normal hand?
Almost 3 times as large.
I see. Yes, a very apt description. Now then, this is State's Exhibit A, the gun that was found near the body. Would you agree?
Yes, it does look like it.
A rather small handgun. A .22 caliber Derringer. I would like to present this up close to the jury. You see? It almost fits in the palm of my hand.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Miss Dearborn, where exactly is this line of questioning going?
I ask that the court indulge me for just a few minutes, please. It goes towards the facts of my case.
If the prosecution has no objection, I'll give you a few, but get to the point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, Dr. Frankens, your hands. Would you say you have rather live hands? I mean, special, optimal for surgery.
I suppose it is what makes me a great surgeon.
I see. And yes, you are a brilliant surgeon. But now I ask you, as a doctor, how would my client pull the trigger of this rather tiny gun?
I don't understand the question.
It's a rather easy one to answer. If the court will allow... Here, Adam. Could you hold the gun? Don't worry, it's not loaded. Now, try to pull the trigger.
I can't.
And why is that?
I can't even fit my finger into it.
You see? It would be impossible for my client to pull the trigger of such a tiny gun as this. One other thing, Dr. Frankens. You testified that you found your assistant slumped over the desk in the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
You also told me, as well as the detective, you could see the blood on his face.
Oh, it was a most horrible sight.
Could you describe the room where you found him?
It was in the lab, in the basement part of my home.
Only one door?
Yes, only one door.
Any windows to the outside?
No, it is quite private for the work that we do.
Is it a rather large area?
It runs almost the length of the house. We need the room for the experiments that we conduct.
I see. And the desk that your assistant was slumped over was at the far end?
I believe so, yes.
And yet you opened the door, saw the body, saw the blood, and went upstairs and phoned the police.
That is what I said, isn't it?
How were you able to see the blood? I mean, you testified that you didn't actually go into the lab, just stood at the door.
I don't understand the question.
Remember, Dr. Frankens, you testified that there was a power outage in your part of the city. You didn't say you had a flashlight of any kind. I can buy that you saw my client running from the house, but as there was only one door, you should have seen him coming from the lab, but you didn't. There is no way that you could have seen blood on the face of the victim in complete darkness.
Very clever, Amelia. Very, very clever.
Order in this court.
Shut up, all of you. Come one step closer and I will break her neck.
You are a Frankenstein!
Yes, my great-grandfather created that thing, and now I shall carry on his work.
Let Amelia go, Dr. Frankenstein.
And what will you do? You are nothing more than a scientific experiment gone wrong.
Mary Shelley wrote in her novel, "I do know that for the sympathy of one living being, I would make peace with all. I have love in me the likes of which you can scarcely imagine, and rage the likes of which you would not believe. If I cannot satisfy the one, I will indulge the other." I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The courtroom is deathly silent as everyone watches Dr. Frankens, his arm around the throat of Amelia Dearborn. Adam, with a stern look in his eye, begins to walk towards him.
Stay back, Adam. I swear I will break her neck.
I said to let her go, Dr. Frankenstein.
Please, Dr. Frankens, you don't know what he's capable of.
Oh, shut up! Don't come any closer, you pathetic creature. Let go of my arm.
Amelia, get out of the way. Now.
Your hand around my throat. Get off me.
It would be so easy. So easy for me to squeeze, to crush your throat, and watch you die.
Please, Adam, don't do it.
Yes, so easy, Dr. Frankenstein. But I believe that you are facing a much worse fate.
And here's to you, Adam. You have shown that you are more human than most of us.
All of the charges were dropped?
Yes, with prejudice.
What does that mean?
It means that you are completely free. They can never, ever touch you again.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you for showing me that there are good people in the world.
You are most welcome. But wait, where are you going?
I can't stay, Amelia. I think that we both know it.
But I just thought... Oh, Adam!
As I told you before, the world, the people, do not change. There's no place for me in society.
Where will you go? Back to your cave?
It is no longer safe.
But how will I visit you?
Amelia, you will never see me again. Oh, perhaps one day.
No, it's not fair. You are free. You're more of a man than anyone I've ever met.
I'm so sorry, but I have to go.
Would you mind? I mean, would you let me give you a kiss goodbye?
Is it something that you feel terribly strong about?
Yes, it is.
It has been an honor and a privilege to have met you, Amelia Dearborn. Don't ever change what and who you are.
Amelia watches from the window as her friend walks towards the street before disappearing into the darkness. A tear rolls down her cheek. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Mary Shelley wrote, "Such a man has a double existence. He may suffer misery and be overwhelmed by disappointments. Yet, when he has retired into himself, he will be like a celestial spirit that has a halo around him, within whose circle no grief or folly ventures." Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rossignol, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I still say it's wrong, and that is the end of it.
But have you ever thought about it? Just once?
Never, Roger. And why are you even thinking about it?
Overdue. 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 Oh, here's one. Final notice.
I get it. Okay. We have a little debt to worry about.
A little debt? That's like saying the Hoover Dam holds back a little water.
I still say that it's wrong.
Is that the only reason? Or are you afraid?
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The Butler.